Liebe Gäste, herzlich willkommen zu unserer heutigen Konferenz über die Beziehungen zwischen China, dem östlichen Europa und der Europäischen Union. Mein Name ist Gabriele Freitag, ich bin die Geschäftsführerin der Deutschen Gesellschaft für Osteuropakunde und werde Sie heute durch den Tag führen. Wir haben mehr als 450 Anmeldungen für diese Konferenz erhalten und es freut uns natürlich sehr, dass das Interesse an diesem Thema so groß ist. Und ein wichtiger Bestandteil von Konferenzen ist ja eigentlich auch, sich mit den anderen Teilnehmerinnen und Teilnehmern zu unterhalten. Und bei einer Zoom-Konferenz ist es natürlich schwierig, sich im Konferenzraum, im virtuellen Konferenzraum umzuschauen, um zu sehen, wer noch teilnimmt. Und deswegen haben wir zu Beginn dieser Konferenz eine kleine Umfrage für Sie vorbereitet. Wir möchten gerne wissen, aus welchen Ländern Sie sich zugeschaltet haben, ob aus Deutschland oder aus einem anderen Land. Und wir möchten gerne von Ihnen wissen, in welchem Bereich Sie selbst tätig sind. Und deswegen bitte ich Sie, Sie sehen schon die Einspielung hier, einmal kurz anzukreuzen, woher Sie jetzt teilnehmen und in welchem Bereich Sie selbst tätig sind. So, und wenn Sie das alle getan haben, dann würde ich Frau Bär bitten, einmal das Ergebnis einzuspielen, sodass wir alle wissen, mit wem wir hier gemeinsam sitzen. Und wir sehen, die meisten von Ihnen haben sich aus Deutschland zugeschaltet, 81%, aber knapp 20% kommen aus einem anderen Land. Der größte Teil von Ihnen ist im Bereich von Wissenschaft und Thinktanks unterwegs, 30%. Und dann haben wir aber auch eine gute Mischung von anderen. Wir haben Personen aus der Wirtschaft, aus der Politik und den staatlichen Institutionen, aus Medien und auch eine Reihe von Studierenden. Das freut uns natürlich auch sehr. Vielen Dank dafür. Die Einblendung kann dann wieder ausgeschaltet werden. Die heutige Konferenz ist die Jahrestagung der Deutschen Gesellschaft für Osteuropakunde. Wir sind ein Verband von Wissenschaftlerinnen und Wissenschaftlern, die sich aus unterschiedlichen Perspektiven mit dem östlichen Europa beschäftigen. In unserer Gesellschaft gibt es aber auch Personen aus anderen Bereichen, aus der Politik, der Wirtschaft, den Medien. Und alle haben einen professionellen Blick auf das östliche Europa. Und wir freuen uns sehr, dass es uns für diese Konferenz heute gelungen ist, zwei starke Partner mit einer ausgewiesenen China-Expertise zu gewinnen. Und das sind die Bertelsmann Stiftung und das Mercator Institute for China Studies, MERIX. Und bevor ich unseren beiden Kooperationspartnern und Ruprecht Polenz als Präsidenten der Deutschen Gesellschaft für Osteuropakunde das Wort gebe, noch kurz ein Hinweis in englischer Sprache für diejenigen, die sich per Livestream zugeschaltet haben. So, welcome to all of you who join us via livestream. Please note that this is a bilingual conference, so we have simultaneous interpretation in German and English. And please note that when you join us via live stream, you won't have the interpretation. So if you rather want to listen to the conference in English, and in case you want to participate actively, please register via Zoom on our website. Thank you for that. Und damit übergebe ich an Ruprecht Polenz, den Präsidenten der Deutschen Gesellschaft für Osteuropakunde. Ruprecht Polenz war langjähriger Abgeordneter im Deutschen Bundestag und er war Sprecher des Auswärtigen Ausschusses. Herr Polenz.
Vielen Dank, Frau Freitag. Sehr geehrte Frau Botschafterin Dr. Flor, Exzellenzen, sehr geehrter Herr Vopel von unserem Kooperationspartner Bertelsmann Stiftung, sehr geehrter Herr Huotari von unserem Kooperationspartner MERIX, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren. Ich begrüße Sie zu unserer Konferenz über die Beziehungen und die Bedeutung Chinas für das östliche Europa und die Europäische Union. Der Zeitpunkt dieser Konferenz könnte kaum passender sein. Vor einer Woche trafen sich der US-amerikanische Außenminister Blinken und sein chinesischer Counterpart Yang zu einem unerwartet konfrontativen Treffen in Alaska. Blinken warf China vor, die regelbasierte internationale Ordnung zu bedrohen und bezog sich dabei auf Cyberangriffe, wirtschaftlichen Zwang, aber auch auf die Menschenrechtsverletzungen in China. Yang konterte, dass die USA keinen Anspruch auf die Vormachtstellung in der Welt hätten und beim Bezug auf internationale Werte und die öffentliche Meinung besser hinterfragen sollten, ob dies tatsächlich die allgemeingültige internationale Meinung ist. De facto hatten beide Redner recht. China ist nach dem Zusammenbruch der Sowjetunion zu einer Weltmacht aufgestiegen. Mit dem Kommunismus chinesischer Prägung haben die diversen Regierungen seit Deng Xiaoping die chinesische Wirtschaft liberalisiert. China hat sich innerhalb einer Generation von einem Land der Billigproduktion zu einem Land mit einer konsumstarken und konsumfreudigen Bevölkerung entwickelt. Heute ist China ein stark umworbener Absatzmarkt für den internationalen Handel. Das Atemberaubende am chinesischen Kommunismus ist der Spagat zwischen dem forcierten Wirtschaftsliberalismus auf der einen Seite und der zunehmend repressiveren politischen Diktatur auf der anderen Seite. Der digitale Überwachungsstaat ist dafür ein beredtes Beispiel. China hat damit einen zentralen Glaubenssatz liberaler Systeme widerlegt. Wirtschaftlicher Boom funktioniert auch im Einklang mit politischer Repression. Dieser Erfolg macht China attraktiv und bedrohlich. Atemberaubend ist nämlich auch die Geschwindigkeit, mit der China durch die Schaffung neuer Infrastrukturen, Abkommen, Bündnisse und Militäroperationen seinen Anspruch auf internationale Führung geltend macht. Die neue Seidenstraße, die One Belt, One Road Initiative, ist dafür sicherlich das markanteste Beispiel. In Zentralasien, aber auch in einigen ostmitteleuropäischen Staaten scheinen die Erwartungen an einen wirtschaftlichen Aufschwung durch die Teilhabe an Chinas Außenhandel inzwischen allerdings stark gedämpft. Russland setzt auf die engere Zusammenarbeit mit China, fürchtet aber gleichzeitig die wirtschaftliche und politische Konkurrenz. Trotzdem bleibt China gerade für viele zunehmend autoritäre Regierungen im östlichen Europa, aber auch in der Europäischen Union attraktiv. Die wirtschaftliche und politische Partnerschaft mit China scheint einigen Staaten offensichtlich eine bedenkenswerte Bündnisoption. Das politische System Chinas scheint darüber hinaus eine attraktive Blaupause für die Festigung der eigenen innenpolitischen Macht. Damit komme ich zurück auf das Treffen zwischen den Außenpolitikern Blinken und Yang in der vergangenen Woche. In der Tat prägt China zunehmend internationale Werte und öffentliche Meinungen. Und in der Tat bedroht dies die regelbasierte internationale Ordnung. Die USA unter ihrem neuen Präsidenten Joe Biden wird ihre Außenpolitik auch danach ausrichten, wie sich andere Staaten und Staatenbündnisse gegenüber China positionieren. Auch vor dem Hintergrund des offen ausgetragenen Machtkampfs zwischen China und den USA ist es daher wichtig, genauer auf Chinas westliche Nachbarn zu schauen. Uns interessiert bei unserer heutigen Konferenz vor allem, wie Zentralasien, Russland und andere osteuropäische Staaten aber auch unsere östlichen Nachbarn in der Europäischen Union und Deutschland selbst China als wirtschaftlichen Partner und politischen Akteur wahrnehmen. Ich freue mich sehr darüber, dass wir für dieses Unterfangen zwei starke Partner gewinnen konnten und bedanke mich schon jetzt bei der Bertelsmann Stiftung und dem Mercator Institute for China Studies für die Zusammenarbeit. Außerdem bedanke ich mich ganz herzlich bei allen Referentinnen und Referenten aus dem In- und Ausland für ihre Teilnahme. Damit übergebe ich das Wort an Stefan Vopel, Leiter des Berliner Büros der Bertelsmann Stiftung. Er leitet auch die Programme Europas Zukunft und Deutschland und Asien. Herr Vopel, bitte.
Ja, vielen Dank. Sehr geehrte Frau Botschafterin Flor, sehr geehrter Herr Polenz, lieber Miko Huotari, Exzellenzen, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, liebe Gäste. Auch im Namen der Bertelsmann Stiftung heiße ich Sie herzlich willkommen zur heutigen gemeinsamen Konferenz mit der Deutschen Gesellschaft für Osteuropakunde und dem Mercator Institute for China Studies. Unser Stifter Reinhard Mohn war schon 1977, als er die Bertelsmann Stiftung gründete, überzeugt, dass, ich zitiere aus der Stiftungssatzung, in unserem Lande die Konsequenzen des entstehenden globalen Systemwettbewerbs nicht hinreichend beachtet werden. Zitat Ende. Natürlich war damals das Ende der Sowjetunion ebenso wenig vorhersehbar wie Chinas Aufstieg zur globalen Wirtschaftsmacht. Was Reinhard Mohn aber auszeichnete, war ein Gespür für heraufziehende neue Konstellationen in einer immer enger zusammenrückenden, global vernetzten Welt. Die spätere Analyse Francis Fukuyamas einer totalen Erschöpfung gangbarer systemischer Alternativen zum westlichen Liberalismus teilte er daher nicht. Vermutlich würde Reinhard Mohn sich heute als überzeugter Europäer um die Europäische Union sorgen. Nicht zuletzt die Corona-Pandemie führt uns deutlich vor Augen, dass Spitzentechnologie und dazugehörige Produktionskapazitäten, eine zeitgemäße Technologie- und Industriepolitik elementare Voraussetzungen sind für den Erhalt des Modells Europa, jener spezifischen Kombination von Frieden und Sicherheit, ökonomischem Erfolg und vor allem auch der festen Bindung an einen gemeinsamen Wertekatalog. Was die Zukunft des Welthandels betrifft, so sind die Herausforderungen mannigfach und gewaltig. China ist in den letzten 4 Jahrzehnten unter den Exportnationen der Welt von Platz 32 auf Platz 1 aufgestiegen und seit nunmehr einem Jahrzehnt unangefochten die zweitgrößte Volkswirtschaft der Welt. Die zentrale Frage ist, ob und wie langfristig eine strategische Partnerschaft möglich sein wird und was wir dazu beitragen können oder sollten. Denn die angedeuteten Herausforderungen im Wechselspiel zwischen Verflechtungen und Abhängigkeiten sind längst nicht mehr hinreichend mit den Stichworten Handel und Investitionen, Wertschöpfungsketten und Technologietransfer umrissen. Machtpolitische und geostrategische Aspekte sind hinzugetreten und damit für Europa die Frage nach einem zuverlässig funktionierenden Multilateralismus, also der Frage, welche Prinzipien, Werte und Organisationen die internationale Ordnung bestimmen und damit die internationale Politik prägen sollen. Welche Handlungserfordernisse zeichnen sich für die Europäische Union und Osteuropa ab, wenn die bald größte Volkswirtschaft der Welt politisch nach innen immer repressiver und nach außen immer expansiver wird? Charakterisiert Wettbewerb das Verhältnis Europas zu China? Eine gesunde Konkurrenz, die befruchtet und zur Leistung motiviert? Oder werden Rivalität und Risiken in den Vordergrund treten? Und wie verhält es sich mit Zielen, Werten und Interessen? Wie gehen die Staaten Osteuropas und Zentralasiens mit diesen Fragen um? Auch und gerade vor dem Hintergrund ihrer leidvollen Geschichten. Sehen Sie vor allem Risiken oder Chancen in der neuen Seidenstraße, die ja weite Teile Zentralasiens und Osteuropas erfasst? Wie belastbar sind kooperative Strategien und welche Rolle spielt die EU, die zumindest in Zentralasien an den Einfluss Chinas und Russlands nicht heranreicht? Das sind einige der Fragen, zu denen ich mir von der heutigen Konferenz Antworten und auch Impulse für unsere weitere Arbeit erhoffe. In diesem Sinne freue ich mich sehr auf die Beiträge der Rednerinnen und Teilnehmerinnen aus unterschiedlichen Blickwinkeln in ganz unterschiedlichen Orten dieser Welt. Und jetzt übergebe ich das Wort an Mikko Huotari.
Vielen Dank, Herr Vogel, und guten Morgen, guten Nachmittag und gute Nacht teilweise an Teilnehmer dieser Konferenz. Ich freue mich sehr, dass wir heute dabei sein können. Ich möchte auch zunächst grüßen, liebe Frau Botschafterin und liebe anderen Gäste und Teilnehmer. I will switch to English to make it even more complicated for the translator. I hope that's okay. It's a test for the panels and the translation later. This conference comes at the end of a complicated week, certainly a turning point in EU-China relations, but also with what are likely to be quite far-reaching implications for global politics. The EU and China have sanctioned each other for very different reasons and with very different targets. The EU has launched human rights sanctions. China has engaged in sanctions on democratic and research actors in Europe, and we are still digesting the implications for European actors, including ourselves, on that. Obviously, there's a wider geopolitical dimension of it, and with renewed US-EU dialogue on China launched in Brussels, but also with China-Russia meetings happening in parallel. What's important to me to start with here is that it would be a very dangerous mistake to look at China and China relationships only through that geopolitical angle. So I'm very pleased to join this conference also to learn more about parallel and important realities beyond that geopolitical aspect of our relationship. Three more takeaways for me as an introduction here. The first, the importance of exchanges and network expertise on China and on China relations. And we're very grateful for the cooperation with trusted partners and the complementary strength I think we can bring and have tried at least to bring to this conference. The second thing is how important it is to break out of our myopic national perspectives on China relations, to compare notes and develop shared understandings of what is happening in China and how our relationships develop. So one thing is quite clear, this conference alone cannot do justice to the importance and the diversity of China relationships in this wide geographic area that we're covering today. And personally, I'm extremely happy that our institute and that in networks and formats such as this one, we can benefit from the depth of non-German China expertise and the horizon widening exchanges with colleagues all across Europe and beyond. My third takeaway is quite simple. Obviously, politics matter, and the coordination and also unity in and beyond Europe on China policy is growing by the day. I appreciate the efforts by many other colleagues to actually develop these issues further. With that, I would like to hand back to Gabriele Freitag and thank you all for being here today and also for the cooperation.
Ja, herzlichen Dank, Mikko Huotari. Wir haben es jetzt schon gehört, unsere Konferenz spannt einen breiten Bogen von Asien über Osteuropa bis in die Europäische Union. Und uns ist es wichtig, das hat auch Mikko Huotari ja gerade schon betont, hier auch unterschiedliche Blickwinkel zu Wort kommen zu lassen. Und deswegen haben wir neben den Panels auch ein paar Inputs eingebaut, mit denen wir eben auf China und die Beziehungen zu anderen Staaten schauen wollen. Und ich freue mich sehr, dass wir für den ersten Input Dr. Patricia Flohr gewinnen konnten. Patricia Flohr ist eine deutsche Diplomatin mit einer sehr langen, ausgeprägten Erfahrung in der Zusammenarbeit mit dem östlichen Europa und mit Zentralasien. Und seit 2019 ist sie die Botschafterin der Europäischen Union in Japan. Das heißt, sie ist zurzeit in Tokio und damit verbindet sie in ihrer Arbeit natürlich die europäische Perspektive, die Perspektive der EU, sollte ich sagen, mit der asiatischen Perspektive. Und Botschafterin Flohr plant auch, an Teilen der Konferenz heute teilzunehmen, da sie aber einen sehr vollen Terminkalender hat. haben wir Ihren Input vorab aufgezeichnet. Und ich möchte schon jetzt darauf hinweisen, dass nach dem Input von Patricia Flohr Mikko Huotari dann die Moderation des ersten Panels über wirtschaftliche Verflechtungen übernehmen wird. Vielen Dank.
Als alte Osteuropakundige ist es eine besondere Freude, heute das Impulsreferat zu halten. Ihr Thema war eine gute Wahl, denn das geostrategische Epizentrum des 21. Jahrhunderts verschiebt sich weiter in den Pazifik und nach Asien. Hier in Tokio spüre ich das jeden Tag. Kein Zweifel, China ist eine globale Macht und wird bald die EU als zweitgrößte Wirtschaftsmacht der Welt überholen. Nur die USA können das noch überbieten. Und darin liegt die Herausforderung für Europa, unseren Platz in einer Zeit der Rivalität der Großmächte und der Erosion der regelbasierten Weltordnung zu festigen. Nur ein einiges Europa, eine autonom handlungsfähige Europäische Union, die entschlossen ist, ihr ganzes Gewicht in die Waagschale zu werfen, kann unsere Interessen, Ziele und Werte wirksam zur Geltung bringen. Wie mit diesem China umgehen, das nicht vor wirtschaftlichem Druck, Demonstration militärischer Stärke und Missachtung von Völkerrecht und Menschenrechten zurückschreckt und das mit seiner Belt and Road Initiative globale Abhängigkeiten schafft. Wie sich positionieren zwischen den USA und China? Vor dieser Frage stehen nicht nur Japan, Indien und alle anderen asiatischen Staaten, sondern auch die EU sowie Russland in seiner Twitter-Rolle als Partner und Rivale Chinas. Im EU-Strategiedokument zu China von 2019, bekräftigt durch EU-Ratsschlussfolgerungen vom letzten Oktober, liest sich der Dreisatz so: China is a strategic partner, an economic competitor and a systemic rival. Die EU und ihre Mitgliedstaaten haben erkannt, dass sie sich der Realität stellen müssen, kooperieren mit China womöglich, aber auch internationales Recht und liberale Normen gegenüber China verteidigen, wo nötig, und niemals vergessen, dass es im Kern einen Systemkonflikt gibt zwischen europäischen und westlichen Demokratien und dem autoritären Reich der Mitte, genauso wie mit Russland. Die Coronavirus-Pandemie lehrte uns, dass globale Lieferketten Risiken bergen. Cyberattacken machen deutlich, dass wir sichere Infrastruktur und digitale Souveränität brauchen, geschützt vor Angriffen, ob durch organisierte Kriminalität oder staatliche Akteure, zum Beispiel Russland oder Nordkorea. Mehr als ein Drittel des Welthandels gehen durch die Malakkastraße und das südchinesische Meer. Stellen Sie sich die dramatischen Konsequenzen für Europa vor, im Falle einer bewaffneten Auseinandersetzung dort mit Instabilität, Unterbrechung der Schifffahrtswege, Ausfall von Wirtschaftszentren wie Japan oder Indien und Taiwan. Gleichzeitig brauchen wir aber auch die Mitwirkung von Indien, China und der großen Schwellenländer in Asien, um unter anderem die Klimakatastrophe einzudämmen. Konfrontiert mit diesen geostrategischen Realitäten sind sich die EU-Mitgliedstaaten und EU-Institutionen einig, dass wir das EU-Engagement in Asien auch in der Sicherheitspolitik stärken müssen, etwa zur Wahrung des internationalen Seerechts und der Freiheit der Meere. Zurück zu China, unserem Partner, Competitor and Rival. Unsere Verflechtung mit China ist eng und das in den USA viel diskutierte Decoupling ist keine Option. Die EU-Politik ruht auf 3 Pfeilern. Es gibt Bereiche der engen und notwendigen Kooperation, wirtschaftlich und bei globalen Fragen, siehe das neue EU-Investitionsabkommen. Aber zweitens wollen wir ein Level Playing Field und Reziprozität mit Regeln zu freiem Marktzugang und Verbot von Handelsverzerrung, an die sich auch China hält. Als wertebasierte Union wird die EU drittens Menschenrechtsverletzungen und rechtswidrigen Vorgehensweisen Chinas entgegentreten. Fazit: Kooperation mit China natürlich, aber unter Wahrung unserer Interessen und Prinzipien. Hier gibt es eine große Schnittmenge mit den USA, mit Japan und Gleichgesinnten. Lassen Sie mich schließen mit einer Kernfrage. Stehen wir an der Schwelle zu einem neuen Systemkonflikt? Systemkonflikt ja, zwischen rechtsstaatlichen Demokratien und autoritären Staaten in einer multipolaren, immer stärker vernetzten und komplexeren Welt. China und Russland stehen hier Seite an Seite im Widerstand gegen westliche Werte. Neu? Nein, denn diese Auseinandersetzung reicht weit jenseits des Kalten Krieges zurück. Aber von einer Illusion sollten wir uns verabschieden. Wandel durch Handel reicht nicht. Als EU werden wir das volle Arsenal des politischen, sicherheitspolitischen, wirtschaftlichen und Soft-Power-Handwerkszeuges brauchen, um die künftige Welt mitzugestalten. Viel Erfolg für Ihre Tagung.
Wonderful, and I am happy to have heard that excellent contribution from our first speaker, and would like to turn now from wide angles to smaller angles, but still pretty big ones. And I'm extremely pleased to be the moderator of what promises to be a fascinating panel on economic interconnections and economic dependence, which covers a wide geographic area and a wide diversity of relationships. And that's why I'm so thrilled to have a great panel with thought leaders and analysts from that wider region. You will find more details about our panelists in the CVs on the website, but let me just briefly introduce them before we get to the substance. And it's a 1 hour panel. The audience will be invited to ask questions and comment later. But first of all, let me welcome Justyna Studilik from the Polish Institute of International Affairs, and also a long-standing collaborator and colleague on many issues in relation to European China analysis. It's also my pleasure to welcome Dosim Sapayev from the Risk Assessment Group in Almaty, Kazakhstan, who will bring the Central Asian angle to our debate today. And then finally, Alexander Gabuev from the Carnegie Center in Moscow, who obviously brings the Russia-China angle to that panel today. And without further ado, I would like to turn immediately to our panelists for an introductory assessment to set the scene. And if I may, I would like to ask Justyna to start us off with this first question, which is, what do you consider to be the key features or trends of China relationship in your respective region? And obviously, that's a very wide definition. I would like to hear what you think is most important for our understanding of China relationships in Eastern Europe from your perspective. Over to you, Justyna.
Good morning, all of you. Thank you, Mika, for the introduction and for the question. As I have only, as I know, 2-3 minutes, I would like to go directly to your question. You asked about the key features or trends in relations between China and Central and Eastern Europe, because I would like to highlight that I would like to focus on Central and Eastern Europe and China. Of course, I would like to focus on EU members of, let's say, 17+1. For those who do not want what 17+1 is a kind of a cooperation forum between China and Europe. And members or participants of the format are Baltic states, V4 countries, also Western Balkan states. I would like to focus mostly on EU members of this formula. Because the topic of our panel is about economic issues, so I would like to focus on economic dimension. So about the key feature or trends, I would like that it should be underscored at the very beginning that economic cooperation between CE and China is very low. And it is, I would like to stress this, remark, because it is very often considered in the western part of the EU, but also in the United States, that we as a region is that we are pretty dependent or over-dependent on China because we are participants of the 17+1 formula that was created in 2012, and that China is exerting pressure on us to cooperate with China. So it's not truth. There is a very limited China's footprint in Europe, in sea region, economic, but also political and political as well. Because to be honest, China still focuses on Western Europe, not on eastern part of Europe. When it comes to the specific trends, when it comes to trade, although trade is steadily growing, only about 3% of China's overall exports go to sea region, and China constitutes less than 2% of sea regional exports. We have, of course, our problem is a trade deficit, which is expanding. We have huge problems with narrowing the trade deficit. When it comes to the investments, the value of Chinese investments in EU members is around 9.5 to 10 billion euros combined. It's less than 1% of Chinese global outward investment stock is hosted in CE countries. And to give you some comparison, when you look at the western part of Europe, including UK, Germany, Italy, France, and Finland or Netherlands, so value of Chinese investments is about between 10 and 55 billion euros each. But in case of CE countries, we have about 10 billion euros combined. And what is interesting that despite the fact that we are to some extent participants of BRI initiative, as many of our CE countries signed BRI MOU, we are participants of 17+1. Still, CE countries are not top recipients of Chinese infrastructure projects based on credit and loans. To be honest, there is no any specific success stories when it comes to infrastructure projects. Of course, China says that Piraeus Port is a success story, but it was started in 2009, and at that time there was no 16 and then 17+1 formula. One flagship project that is promoted by China very loudly and extensively, Budapest Belgrade Railway is still the future of this project is still uncertain. So there is no any specific success stories when it comes to infrastructure projects. And the third point about the key features of economic cooperation is, let's say, it's some kind of technological issues or high-tech cooperation. Of course, the most important one is 5G. So I would like to stress that almost all EU members have signed declarations with the United States or MOU with the United States targeting Huawei or change or introduce some the laws on that could prevent or could ban Chinese telecoms from to be present in our market. Among the countries are Romania, Poland, Estonia, Latvia, Czech Republic, Slovenia, Albania, Lithuania, Greece. So it is the best example that Chinese influence, economic footprint is very limited. And the last point in this in my intervention is that there is a rising concerns within the CE countries about cooperation with China when it comes to economic issues, because there's some concern about security issues, Chinese interest in critical infrastructure, maybe not in high tech because we do not have high tech companies. So from the economic point of view, but also politically, that it's a question mark about cooperation with China, which that is becoming more authoritarian under Xi Jinping's role. So thank you very much for this. For now, it's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Justina, and we will certainly get back to you later with a bit more depth. And I do apologize for the limited time frame that we have here, but I would like to hand over immediately to Justin to share his Central Asian perspective, if I may, on the issue that we've raised. What do you consider to be the core trends and developments that we should take into account in understanding China-Central Asian relationship in the economic realm, but also beyond? I think you're still muted, so just to be clear.
Well, hi everybody. Hi everybody. Well, okay. Thank you very much. Well, I'd like to start from the old geopolitical adage that first comes a missionary, then a merchant, and then a soldier. Well, if we look to the Central Asia, we can see an interesting geopolitical game with participation of three key players: China, Russia, and Turkey. Each of them realizes their own methods of strengthening of their influence in the region. And China at first launched merchant and is now trying to use soft power and maybe in the future try to strengthen its political and possibly military presence in Central Asia. Now China turns into the main economic and political player in region. And China focusing on two directions in our region. Firstly, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. This organization implements a policy of maintaining regional security in Central Asia, which is necessary for the successful implementation of China's economic projects under the framework of the Silk Road Economic Belt Initiative, to which all Central Asia countries are connected. Although China views its investment in Central Asia as an investment in security. It's a very important point of view. Secondly, the Silk Road Economic Belt. According to the experts, Central Asia accounts for about 20% of the total volume of China's investment abroad. The bulk of investments goes to Kazakhstan, but close economic ties to China already turned some Central Asia countries, for example, Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, into large Chinese debtors. Well, I'd like to say, in terms of economic influence, it's most likely about asymmetric dependence. China is like the big planet Jupiter with great gravity, which can attract other smaller Central Asia planets and make them its satellites. Also, if we talk about the Central Asia, then different countries in the region have different degrees of economic dependence on China. The most dependent are Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, and Kyrgyzstan. From the point of view of military political influence, it's still mutually beneficial interdependent. Well, it's my point of view. On the one hand, Kazakhstan and other Central Asia countries are important for China from the point of view of ensuring regional security. On the other hand, some countries of Central Asia, I mean Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, consider an activity of China as a counterbalance of Russia and other geopolitical players. But for me, it's more interesting to identify trends that may create difficulties in the future for China and other geopolitical players in our region. For example, a certain challenge for the security of China, as well as Russia in Central Asia, may be the growth of anti-Russian and anti-China sentiments. At the same time, the growth of anti-Russian sentiments is more observed in Kazakhstan after the events in Ukraine in 2014. The growth of anti-Chinese sentiments in Central Asia region is already observed in countries, in Kazakhstan and in Kyrgyzstan. Part of the public in these countries oppose the creation of China's so-called re-education camps on the territory of Xinjiang, where pressure is exerted on Muslims and representatives of ethnic minorities living in China, including Kazakh and Kyrgyz. At the same time, further political and economical activation of China in Central Asia region may provoke the growth of new anti-China sentiments in the region, including those countries that have increased their economic dependence on China, such as Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan. Moreover, if to consider the further perspectives of China's activation in Central Asia we should remember that more and more young people in all Central Asia countries try to find themselves through religious identity. A growing number of Muslims in all countries of Central Asia may in the future to turn the region towards to the Muslim world, which is not beneficial to Moscow and Beijing. Well, that's why I believe that when we talk about the future, yes, this future will be interesting for us.
Thank you, Gosim. I mean, you've laid out a very important picture of what's different from what Justina said when you laid out the key actors that you have interactions with. The European Union wasn't even mentioned. You also clarified quite clearly the importance and the interlinkage of economic and security issues, but also mentioned the human rights situation in Xinjiang. So thank you for that contribution. I would like to hand over now to Alex, Sasha, your perspective on the deepening of economic relations between Russia and China, and then move forward with Q&A and other questions to our panelists. The floor is yours,
Thanks,
Sasha.
Miko. Thanks, Miko, and great pleasure to be here. Four very brief points on the China-Russia economic relationship. First, we see a growing footprint of China in the Russian economy, first and foremost manifested in trade, and much less so in investment and financial links, although they are also growing. On trade, I think it's very visible since at least Crimea annexation and war in Ukraine that reliance on China for the Russian trade is growing. In 2013, the share of China's trade with Russia was roughly 10.5%. In 2019, it was already 16.7%. And with COVID over the last year, now China is Russia's 18.3%. So trade with China has nearly doubled as share of Russia's economy, and that's partly happening at the expense of trade with the European Union. So in 2013, before sanctions, before Crimea, trade with European Union was 5 times larger than Russia's trade with China. Now the difference is only 2 times in a matter of like roughly 7 years. My second point is that this trend line is very likely to continue, and there are 4 factors of short-term and medium-term significance. One is COVID. China is the single largest and fastest growing economy in the Russian neighborhoods, which has exactly the perfect matching structure, needs resources that Russia can supply, has excess capital and technology that Russia needs, grows also faster than Europe. On top of that comes sanctions and everything that comes around with the sanctions, including Russian effort to import substitute some European goods with mixed success. The third factor is slow growth of the Russian economy that makes it less attractive for most of the European players. My impression talking to European companies here is that most of them want to maintain their presence, but definitely not expand their operations because the market is not as attractive as it used to be a decade ago. And 3 is the green agenda in the European Union that probably requires less hydrocarbon imports from Russia over the long run. And same green agenda is China that in the short run, like next decade, will require more gas imports from Russia, and then it becomes more problematic for Russia over the 2030 horizon. Point number 3, we should watch carefully 2 promising areas where a lot of developments are happening now and where the significance will be huge. One is tech. China is moving into strategic technological domain. I think 5G is the buzzword, and it's the most interesting area to watch. There is the natural desire of the Russian market players, all the telecom, cell phone operators, and the government to diversify access to different vendors and not pull all the eggs in the China basket. So both Ericsson and Nokia have historic presence in the Russian market, and both the commercial players and the government want to have it that way. The problem is that there are lingering security concerns, and the Russian security establishment see Chinese vendors as a lesser evil. And then there is a drive to import substitute the base stations for 5G, and perhaps the only partner that is ready to localize its production in Russia is so far Huawei and ZTE to a lesser extent. The other area is finance. You probably saw comments made by Sergei Lavrov when in China that Russia and China should work together to reduce dependency on US dollar. That's much harder to do than said, because RMB is not fully convertible. Yes, the share of trade in ruble and RMB is growing, but it's still very hard for companies that sell their goods from Russia to China to take their RMB out or change them for any currency of their choosing and move the capital out of China because of remaining capital controls. So progress on that will require significant progress on domestic reform in China. We saw some officials from the monetary authorities making comments about this, that in the next 5-year plan, there will be a lot of experimentation and reform around some gradual opening of the capital account, but still there is no clear time frame, and I don't think that we can really expect that China will relinquish this powerful tool of control over the economy anytime soon. Final point, so far, the growing exposure to Chinese economy is definitely a win for Russia. It's a win for China, and Russia feels that it has like about a decade or more to pull some of the eggs from the basket called European Union into a basket called China and arrive at a more balanced trade structure where roughly 30+% of your trade is going to Europe, 30+% is going to China, and then everything else is the rest of the world. Russia's problem is that this relationship is becoming increasingly asymmetric. As China's share in Russian trade portfolio grows, Russia's share in China's portfolio remains the same, and Russia is actually increasingly dependent on China rather than the other way around. So far, the level of political relationship is a safe hedge for Russia to for China not to weaponize that dependency. But again, nothing is a given, and I think that major developments in China, Australia, China-EU relationship point out to the fact that China is easily weaponizing these trade dependencies, and I think that Russia should be mindful about it. I'll stop here and happy to go in whatever direction is of interest.
Thank you so much, colleagues. I think this is as good as it gets in terms of having the wide panorama of differentiated relationship. And if I may summarize, that might be completely inappropriate, but we have a still relatively underdeveloped, in terms of economic relations, presence of China in Eastern Europe, which is growing, but also quite a high degree of disappointment. We have a deeply asymmetric relationship in Central Asia in many ways, where economic and security issues are blending already today quite intensely. And we have a largely mutually beneficial complementary relationship with quite a trajectory in finance and tech developments, but also that threat of potential asymmetric relations. I don't know if that does justice to the situation. I would love to hear more from my colleagues in a second. But before I do that, can I invite participants to also, if they want, raise their hands, put questions into the chat, and by that, make sure that we have a good set of Q&A issues lined up after the second round of questions that I want to hand back to my colleagues right now. Again, recognizing that this is a very constrained format here. But if I can go back to you, Justina, with an additional question, and feel free to touch on any other issues that colleagues have mentioned. I would love to hear a bit more about that, the side effects of economic relations and that interaction between politics and economics, issues that you think that stand out. And you've mentioned tech already. And obviously, how does the CEE, and maybe also putting different countries into perspective here, deal with that triangular relationship of EU, China, and United States relations as they are playing out at the moment? So back to you. Feel free to feature any other issues that you think are relevant.
Okay, thank you, Mika. You asked about these triangular relations. That, to be honest, because I would like also to say that when it comes to sea cooperation with China and the expectations and concerns, I would like to say that the expectations becoming lower and lower, and the concerns are becoming more visible. And of course, the reason why we are, let's say, there are some kind of concerns from amongst the countries, and probably all of you that you know the rumors that probably several countries are thinking about exiting 17+1 as a symbol that we are disappointed, and there is no any that expectations and our expectation have not been met, and all the pledges that China made for us have not been materialized. So there are many concerns, lower expectations, and the side effects of this, the fact is that we are trying to, of course, cooperate with the United States. United States is the most important ally for the sea countries. Because of security reasons, because of Russia, and I think that this Russian factor is underestimated when it comes to 17+1, that China did not, I think, did not think about this factor very seriously. But I would like to say that this U.S. factor, I don't want to say that because of Donald Trump policy, we decided as sea countries to lower our cooperation with China. I think it was a lessons learned from what China started to do in, let's say, 2016, 2017. Lessons learned from, for example, KUKA case, also China's rising strengthening cooperation with Russia, of course, and our concerns about this cooperation. And of course, it was the kind of a process with the hardening stance, EU stance on China, and of course a US factor, which was not the most important ones. So this is the kind of the reasons why we decided to change our approach towards China from, let's say, enthusiastic, because this approach was presented by sea countries in 2012 when China offered us this kind of cooperation, and now this approach could be described as cautious. And of course, what we would like to do is to cooperate with the United States. It's obvious to go in line with EU sharpened course. So this is the reason why sea countries, especially Poland, was pretty outspoken and critical about the conclusion of about KAI at the end of the last year. Our minister was pretty outspoken on Twitter also, and in his interviews, that we should cooperate with the United States. We should also have some more consultations within the EU. That was just not good step to conclude the talks with China, and of course cooperation with like-minded countries. So this is the, let's say, side effects of the fact that China is becoming more authoritarian. And of course, once again, the fact that several countries, more in Baltic states, openly are talking about exiting 17+1 because the lack of any tangible results of cooperation with China is a good example how this approach is changing in sea countries.
Thanks, Justina. And I think it's important that we recognize what you've just said properly, which is that some Central Eastern European countries very dedicatedly point to developments in Europe and led by other countries which are not necessarily representing the interests of countries in the region, and something that I think continues to be under-recognized in Brussels, maybe sometimes of Berlin debates. So thanks for raising these issues. I would like to go back to Dosim and maybe also offer you an opportunity to dig a bit deeper into the differences between countries' relationships in your region that you represent today, but also feel free to dig a bit deeper into that geopolitical question and the way how economics translate into security issues, as you've mentioned earlier.
Well, yes, I mentioned before the different countries in Central Asia region. Sorry. Well, mentioned before, the different countries in my region, they have different degrees of economic dependence on on China. Well, for example, if we look to the Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, well, Kyrgyzstan owes about 1.7 billion to China. Well, if you look to the, for example, 2008, Kyrgyzstan's debt to China was only 10 million. Well, it's very interesting trends that for last 10 years, Kyrgyzstan very strong dependent with China when we say about the financial assistance and investments. If you look to the Tajikistan, for example, well, the total volume external debt of Tajikistan is $3.7 billion. But Tajikistan debt to China is about 1.2 billion. Well, but if we look to Kazakhstan, for example, I'd like to say that Kazakhstan, this is the main partner of China in Central Asia region. Why? Maybe I should to mention 4 directions where Kazakhstan and China try to increase cooperation. Firstly, Kazakhstan has very great transit potential for China, because China needs transit opportunities in Kazakhstan to enter the priority European market. Well, for instance, I'd like to talk about some figures. For instance, the volume of cargo transportation through the borders between China and Kazakhstan in last year amounted to 21 million tons, which is 30 more than in the same period in 2019. Well, second, very important direction when we say about the cooperation between China and Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan is important for China as a state with significant natural resources, and it concerns not only oil and gas, but also copper, aluminium, uranium, and so forth. Well, however, the emerging demand for various raw materials in China will consolidate the transformation of Kazakhstan into a raw material appendage of the China economy. For example, in Kazakhstan, a lot of fears about it. Now, Kazakhstan, for example, plays the role of raw material appendage in the framework of Eurasia Economical Union. The same situation with China too. Well, thirdly, Kazakhstan has great agricultural potential, which is of interest to China, because China is trying to ensure in its food security for gaining access to agriculture in neighboring countries. Well, I'd like to say that now about 576 Kazakhstan companies which supply agricultural products to China now. And another direction of cooperation between China and Kazakhstan, but not only Kazakhstan, but another Central Asia countries, I mean about it. This is regional security, because Beijing fears any form of destabilization in the region that could cause a domino effect in Xinjiang. Well, I'd like to say that in Kazakhstan live a very big majority, Uyghur minority, ethnic minority in Kazakhstan live. Well, it's very important when we say about the cooperation between China and Kazakhstan. Well, I'd like to say that China tried to invest a lot of money to Xinjiang in economical sphere, well, and in transport and logistics sphere, because China tried to decrease social tension in Xinjiang. And from another hand, China tried to decrease social tension in Central Asia too. Because I mentioned before about the Shanghai Organization cooperation. You know that this organization, for example, tried to fighting against 3 evils: terrorism, extremism, and separatism. That's why China tried to attract Kazakhstan and other Central Asia countries together work with fighting with these problems. Well, but I'd like to emphasize that when we say about the future, we should remember that, well, it's my point of view that China's economical project, One Belt, One Road, it's not, this is project very pragmatic. Very pragmatic. And if you look about the future of Central Asia countries, it's my point of view. For China, maybe more important to have this partner as a source of raw materials and as a very stability region. Because for China, very important to have a stability region in the post-Soviet Central Asia area, because it's very close connected with Afghanistan issue and Xinjiang issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Dosim. And I have already, I think, two questions. One hand raised, recognizing Professor Trunk already, but want to go back to Alex for just one short comment maybe on what is your expectation how Moscow, how Russia will handle that growing asymmetry in relations. So what are the limits to that deepening cooperation in terms of energy, but also trade and finance? Or is the overarching trend, it will get deeper because of the geopolitical landscape, but also because of the mutual benefits that come out of that?
First, I think that long-term view is in short supply in any of the global capital, and definitely it has been in deficit in Moscow for many years. If you are looking people who can calculate and establish a long-term strategy, that's definitely not Moscow. So we are very short-termists. We don't know what's going to happen to our presidential transition in 2024. And again, till 2030, all the trend lines look like pretty beneficial. There is still a lot of room to pull the eggs from the European basket and pull them into Chinese basket. There's going to be demand, and the overall level of relationship will, in the Kremlin's view, hedge Russia from being overly pressured. So China will weaponize this dependency only on some targeted commercial issues, like we've seen Rosneft had to pull its exploration rigs from the South China Sea because it was drilling in Vietnam offshore zone that China considers, of course, belongs to China. So because of huge leverage that Rosneft is heavily indebted to Chinese policy banks, that more than half of crude that Rosneft sells on international markets goes to China, China would have leverage. But the Russian leadership sees that, oh, these are isolated cases. They're not pressurizing us on like really core issues. They're actually sometimes standing with us. So it's a lot of potential there. So probably for a decade, I believe that that's going to be the case. Russia is blessed really not to have too many differences on values and politics in the short run. Another factor here is that the Russian government is not blind that the era of very expensive hydrocarbons is kind of coming to an end. It's over the horizon. The Russian Minister of Energy estimates that around 2035, 2040, the price will go down significantly as oil and gas will become the sources for petrochemical and gas chemical industry, not the major source for energy anymore. And you need to monetize the resources. You need to bring to the global market as much as you can and as fast as you can. Where is the source of new demand? It's only China. So in the short run, I think that this trend line is there and it will be reinforced by the sanction and by conflict with the West. But this will build a critical amount of dependence around 2030, 2035. That will be a huge problem for the late Putin or the next Russian leadership to deal with.
Excellent, thank you. And now I would like to recognize Professor Trunk, and you've raised your hand, and feel free to raise your question right now. And if you want to open up your video channel also for your question. Over to you.
Okay, I think I opened it.
Yes, wonderful, it's working.
Okay, well, Ambassador Floor in her keynote speech mentioned the recent China-EU investment agreement, which is not yet in force. I have about this context two questions. The first one is, do you see there any linkage between the investment agreements ratification maybe and the sanctions issue from both sides, China, EU, that's one thing. And the second question is there any kind of investment agreement between Russia or Central Asia and China?
Excellent, very good questions. I would like to hand maybe the first part over to Justina and then back to Dosim and Sasha for the second question part. Justina.
Okay, thank you. So, Mike, so the question to me is about the linkage between KAI and sanctions. Well, difficult to answer because, as we know, after the conclusion of KAI, there was a kind of explanation from the Commission that what the EU is trying to do is the compartmentalization of the EU's policy towards China. So on the one hand, we, according to the strategic outlook, that China is perceived as a partner, economic competitor, a systemic rival. So KAI is a kind of the part of our policy which goes to the partner box. So the sanctions that EU imposed on China on Monday is a kind of the box of, let's say, systemic rival because of the violation of human rights. So to be honest, it's very difficult to answer if it's any connection between KAI and sanctions, but definitely, I think that right now when we look at the Chinese response and sanction that was imposed not only on imposed on also think tankers and on MPs from different political groups in the European Parliament, that is a huge question mark if the KAI will be ratified and implemented. So this is my answer. So when it comes to the compartmentalization, so it to some extent we could not say there are any links between KAI and sanctions, but on the other hand, I think that the fact that there is a real question mark about the ratification of KAI, so there is a kind of a linkage between sanctions and KAI.
Thank you, Justina. And just if I may, adding one sentence to it, this connection is made quite clearly both by MPs and the European Parliament, obviously, and the wider set of political actors across Europe, but also from the Chinese side. So the Speaker of the Chinese Foreign Ministry has made quite clear that these issues are interlinked and that they cannot be treated. On the question of is there an investment agreement between Central Asia and Russia? I would hand back to Alex and Dosim. Dosim, maybe you go first.
Well, if you remember in my report, in the beginning of my report, I mentioned some competition between three key players, Russia, Turkey, and China. Well, yes, I paid more attention to China, but if we talk about the Russia, for example, yes, of course, Russia tried to save influence in post-Soviet area and in Central Asia too, tried to use two instruments. First, Eurasia Economic Union and Organization of Collective Security. Well, and Russia understands that when we say about the investment activity, China occupied first place as a main partner for all Central Asia countries. Russia is not a competitor for China in this sphere. Russia can to use only military cooperation with the most part of Central Asia countries. But when we say about the Turkey, it's very interesting because Turkey tried to work in different spheres. For example, Turkey tried to consolidate the role one of the new Muslim center of modernizing Islam in Central Asia region. Turkey tried to be one of the examples of good Islam for another Central Asia countries. Second direction of activity, Turkey, investment activity. Yes, Turkey tried to invest a lot of money to Kazakhstan, to Turkmenistan, to Kyrgyzstan, and to Uzbekistan too. Well, and Turkey tried to use Cooperation Council of Turkey-speaking states. This is a very important geopolitical instrument in the hand of Turkey. Well, that's why we can see some competition between three players. I'm not sure. Well, yes, one of the main questions. What about the prospects of cooperation between Eurasia Economical Union and China? But as far as I understand, China prefer to have bilateral cooperation with each Central Asia countries. Thank you.
Thank you. And quickly to Sasha, and then we have 4 questions.
The direct answer is no, we don't have that agreement. It also doesn't fall into the jurisdiction of the Eurasian Economic Union. It's only trade in goods. Even trade in services is still handled at the national jurisdiction. So Russia is in talks with China about an agreement in trade in services, but trade with goods sit with the Eurasian Economic Commission, obviously heavily influenced by Moscow, but other member states also have a say. All of them are very protectionist. So we have now a framework agreement for linkage between the Belt and Road, which means China, and the Eurasian Economic Union, that also has a more comprehensive trade development agreement between the Eurasian Economic Union and China. It doesn't cover tariffs. It only covers some trade facilitation. So red tape, protocols on how do you move cargo across the border. So everything that goes on non-tariff barriers. I think that we are very far away from an investment agreement. And that also corresponds to the fact that Chinese investment in the region is growing, but the reciprocal investment into China from Russian or stance is still very, very low. It's basically negligible. So there is very low appetite and very few commercial stakeholders on the Russian and Central Asian state to lobby for such an investment agreement.
Thanks a lot. Very helpful. And going back to our audience, I would like to bundle 2 or 3 questions maybe and ask everyone to be as precise and short as possible because time is running, obviously. So Mr. Ahlefeld, first over to you. Mr. Ahlefeld, if you can unmute.
So can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? No. Okay. 2 questions. One is follow-up to Christina. Basically, compartmentalization sounds good, but does it add up, let's say, to the strategy to 100% or just 50 or 40? There are going to be inherent contradictions. I've seen Michael Hager, the cabinet chief of Dombrovskis, arguing that Kai had nothing to do with the Biden administration. It was, let's say, an evocation of strategic autonomy. So we don't care. We do whatever we please, or what? And the second question, with a view to probably Alexander, Korea. After all that hype of the Biden administration about strategic competition in military with China, yesterday during his first press conference, he talks about the key strategic challenge being the DPRK. What does that mean? How come? Thanks.
Thank you. And this will now be a diverse set of questions, well recognized, but handing over to Ms. Heibring from the University of Bonn.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I wondered if any of the panelists could give me more insights about the current state of cooperation in the 5G area, because Alex Gabuyev, you talked about it. It's really important. It's about the technological edge. And I wonder, what is the current state between the Chinese and, well, Central and Eastern European or Central Asian cooperation, but also between China and the Russian cooperation in this area?
Okay, thank you. Going back to the 5G question, I would like to collect one more from Ms. Fischer. Sabine Fischer, floor is yours.
Yes, hello, good morning, and great to see you all. And thank you for a really fascinating panel. Thank you to all the speakers. I can pick up right there because I also wanted to ask Sasha about, I mean, you said that Russia and China are increasingly cooperating in the tech area, and that security concerns in Russia, or that Russia sees less or has less concern in terms of security with a view to China than with a view to European providers. And I think this is actually quite interesting because it also hints to cooperation in a very sensitive area between 2 authoritarian systems, right? So I would like to ask you to share your insights about the extent to which, you know, Russia now increasingly relies on surveillance techniques coming from China, etc. So how is this evolving, and what kind of development in this area do you see in the future? To Justina, also thank you very much for fascinating insights. I was also going to ask about the Biden administration, so change in administration, and what we see now, and we have seen that in this week actually in Brussels with the NATO foreign ministers meeting, and also meetings between Blinken and EU officials. So we see a new dynamic in the transatlantic relationship. We don't know exactly to what extent this is going to develop or where this is going to go in the future, but still there is a new dynamic. So if you could give us a little bit more background about how this dynamic actually impacts on CEE countries' views, perspectives on China, I think that would be very helpful. And I was going to ask Dostum about Turkey, but he already answered that question. So I'm going to stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Fischer. And I have to apologize to all members of the audience and also those of you who have posted questions in the chat. We have 7 minutes left formally, so I would go back to the panelists immediately and also let them choose what questions they want to respond to. For Justina, we have the issue of CAI as a symbol of strategic autonomy, the future of the Biden administration and its relevance for CEE China policy. We have the future of tech cooperation, I think for Sasha, maybe and 5G cooperation maybe as a core element. And then obviously also for Dostum, if I may, the question, to what extent does Europe matter at all for Central Asian considerations in that reshaping of China relationships going forward? So with these 3 sets of issues, over to you, Justina, you go first.
Okay, thank you. I would like to, I try to be very brief about this CAI and this compartmentalization and strategic autonomy. To be honest, I'm pretty critical about CAI and the concept of strategic autonomy when it comes to CAI. I think that it seems that is a kind of a paradox that we use this argument of being strategic autonomous and concluding talks with China on CAI before and do not have, let's say, a discussion with the United States, because I think it's the Chinese victory. In the end of 2020, it was unexpected diplomatic victory on the Chinese side. So I do not like this compartmentalization idea and using strategic autonomy motion when it comes to conclusion of CAI. About the question about 5G and CEE region, as I said, many EC countries and Poland included, we are pretty cautious about 5G. There is, as I said, we have MOUs with the United States about 5G. And in case of Poland, we are working on a law that probably we will ban Chinese telecoms. Of course, we do not want to use China words or a specific name of companies, but there are some conditions that it's pretty clear that the Chinese companies or the companies from this kind of authoritarian state will be banned. But still, there's a work on this law. About transatlantic cooperation on China, I think it's very important for us, for CEE countries, especially for Poland, as I said, because we are pretty critical about CAI, that EU did not wait for the Biden administration to talk about it and to cooperate on CAI. So it is for us, it's very important to have transatlantic cooperation on China. So I think that the fact that there is a kind of a restart of this transatlantic cooperation and transatlantic cooperation on China after this Blinken meeting with the EU official, it's what we would like to see and what we would appreciate.
Thanks, and maybe we can use that bridge to go back to Moscow and you, Alex, on this question of future of tech cooperation and any other issue that you want to tackle.
Sure. On Korea, I believe that was a slip on the tongue. I don't think that's going to be a big priority unless something happens. On TAS, I think that on 5G, historically, the major commercial players are the big 4 cell phone operators. They have a history of working with Huawei and ZTE. And each player wants to have a more diversified set of vendors in order to not to be overly dependent on one. So historically, different vendors have key strategic partners with different cell phone providers, have different strategic partners among vendors, but basically they have all of the kind of critical vendors, including Nokia, Ericsson, and Huawei in their networks. The problem here is security. So the Russian government sees that backdoors or access to information can happen on both sides. And basically, as one senior official once told me, we are choosing between the two evil. So we are bugged by either the Americans and their NATO partners or by the Chinese. So both are bad, but which is seeking regime change against Russia, which is seeking color revolution, which is sanctioning us. So China is seen as a lesser evil, although nobody in the Kremlin is naive that China won't bug Russia or won't use this access for its own kind of spying, commercial espionage, and other purposes. The key questions here is whether Russia is serious about import substitution. And there is a powerful lobbyist called Russian Technologies, Rostec. CEO is an old long-term friend of President Putin, worked with him in KGB in Dresden. So he is lobbying for Rostec to become the sole provider of base station and hardware for 5G. It's obvious to everybody in the industry that Rostec doesn't have the technical capabilities to develop its own solution. So it means that it will be a foreign solution branded as Rostec. So Rostec has a long cooperation with China, selling Chinese equipment in the Russian market, including to the Russian military, by the way, as Russian-produced hardware. So it's probably only Huawei or ZTE that are ready to localize the production in Russia as deep to meet the Russian government's demands. So that's one. And the second question is the radio frequencies range, because the range that's used now for test zones in Europe is the one used by the Russian military. And I think that the range that the Security Council wants Russia to use is the one produced by China. So it will provide you with some sort of economic incentives to switch to Huawei. Although, again, I think that bulk of the commercial player don't want to put all of the eggs in the Huawei basket. And it's an ongoing conversation, but I think that the indications that China has an upper hand in this battle so far are pretty clear. On surveillance, thanks, Sabine, excellent question. We have a forthcoming case study in Carnegie at how the Moscow surveillance system is based. And first, I think authoritarianism is important, but the guys who have stormed the Capitol Hill have been also found for the very same system powered by artificial intelligence and face recognition. So I think that police in both democratic states and authoritarian states are using the same technological solution. It's really more a question about whether these technical capabilities operated by police are using to track dissidents and political opponents, not only the criminals. So on task solution, the system consists of three key components: the cameras, the hardware to analyze imagery and store data, and the software. So Russia and Moscow City are dependent on China in only one segment. That's the cameras, which are all of Hikvision because they are the cheapest and the best. Then the hardware, surprise, surprise, comes from Cisco. And the software comes from Russia because Russia has really top-notch software for an algorithm for face recognition developed by Antech Lab. They have won a couple of ANARPA competitions. And only recently, the Moscow city government is purchasing hardware from Huawei as well because they're afraid of sanctions. So the fear is that Cisco, because of the sanctions, will no longer able to either sell new equipment to Russia or maintain and upgrade it. So Russia is becoming more dependent on China in this regard because of the sanctions. But historically, Russia tried to diversify its risks and depend on China only on cameras, while having still strong ties to European and American manufacturers and relying on itself in software. I guess that Central Asian states are in far worse state because they don't have indigenous IT champions. They don't have their own face recognition software. and they have to purchase a kind of whole solution from Huawei, as exemplified by Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, and Uzbekistan to a lesser extent. Thanks.
Thanks, and thanks also for building the bridge to our final contribution and input from Dosim. You have the final word on this wonderful and fascinating panel. A lot of issues that we will have to monitor closely and do more research, obviously, on. So Dosim, over to you, whatever aspect you want to tackle, but also the question, does Europe matter and in which ways in your China relationships?
Well, I'd like to say that for Kazakhstan and as well as for other Central Asia countries, the neighborhood with China is a geographical destiny. Therefore, relations with this neighbor must be maintained in various spheres. It's very important for us. The same situation with Russia. Russia are our neighbor, and we have a lot of sphere of cooperation. But from another hand, I believe that Kazakhstan and other Central Asia countries, we shouldn't put all our eggs in one basket. Well, because it's very dangerous. I believe that remote partnership with all geopolitical players in the region is needed to maintain some balance of power. Yes, of course, now USA and Europe maybe is not too active in compare with 19th years. But if we talk about the Kazakhstan, well, it's very interesting that the main trade partner of Kazakhstan is not Russia and is not China. This is European Union, because the main buyer of Kazakh oil, this is European countries. That's why we say about it, about European activity in Central Asia region. I'd like to say that Kazakhstan is the main partner for European Union. Maybe now Uzbekistan too. Well, but all Central Asia countries, we should, from lemon, we should make lemonade. Well, it means that it's necessary to use the advantages that all Central Asia countries receive from cooperation with China in order to get rid of the role of a raw material appendage of the world economy and China economy. I believe priority should be given to cooperation in innovation areas, the development of alternative energy, agriculture, processing industry, and transport and logistics. Well, I believe it's priority for all Central Asia countries if we talk about the future. Thank you.
I think that's a very good tasking for the European Union to take that into account, for instance, with its new and planned connectivity strategy. And let me thank you, dear panelists, for your wonderful contributions, a great setup in a very condensed fashion. I do apologize to the audience for being 5 minutes late, but my understanding is that you now have a 10-minute break to digest what we've heard today and prepare for the next panel. And thanks all for being with us. We have a wonderful crowd of more than 200 participants. Thanks to the panelists, and we look forward to being in touch with you in a very near future. Stay online, that's very important. Don't cut the connection here, because you have to be back in this room in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
liebe Gäste. Ich begrüße Sie sehr herzlich nach dieser Pause. Wir haben ja in dem Panel gerade über wirtschaftliche Verflechtungen von China mit Zentralasien, dem östlichen Europa, den östlichen Staaten der Europäischen Union gesprochen. Und wir möchten diesen Aspekt jetzt noch mit einem Input vertiefen, bevor wir dann in die parallelen Panels, die sogenannten Breakout-Sessions gehen. Und wir haben Ivana Karaskova gebeten, die ostmitteleuropäische Perspektive noch einmal etwas stärker zu beleuchten. Ivana Karaskova ist Mitglied des Think Tanks China Observers in Central and Eastern Europe mit Sitz in Prag und sie ist auch Fellow des MERIX. Wir haben auch den Input von Ivana Karaskova vorab aufgezeichnet und ich bitte jetzt um die Einblendung.
Me. China has been falling from grace in Central Europe over the past couple of years. It came to the region with a great fanfare in 2012-2013 when it started the 17+1 initiative, by then 16+1 initiative. And China's idea was that it's going to operate in Central and Eastern Europe in a very similar manner as in developing countries of the global South. So the prerequisite or the assumption was that Central and Eastern European countries, even the EU members, are actually developing countries. Very soon they realized that this is not exactly how how Central Europe operates, that we do have standards, we do have labor laws, we do have environmental standards, and on top of the national regulations, we also have EU regulations. And we also had a feeling that China is going to be a very normal investor, standard investor, as the other Western investors or even Asian investors were coming to the same region, like Japan or South Korea. So at the very beginning, both entities actually realized that this is not going to work properly because China came with wrong assumptions, and also Central and Eastern European countries made a wrong assumption from the beginning that China is going to behave normally. Put together the Western European perspective, which didn't trust 17+1 format. Western Europe, EU thought that 17+1 format is some kind of a Trojan horse. But it was not the ideology which actually drove Central Eastern European countries towards China or towards Russia. We are not naive. We know what Putin Russia is about, what Xi Jinping's China is about. So it was not ideology. It was mostly the hard-nosed expectation of economic benefits. But these benefits never materialized. China did invest it in Central and Eastern Europe, but in comparison to Western Europe, it invested the FDI, which came to this region, were only about 2%. Majority of Chinese investment into EU was actually absorbed by Western countries like Germany, like France, like the United Kingdom, when the UK was part of the EU. So this didn't materialize. And later on in 2018, when China entered the region, in 2018, the CEFC company, the headquarters or the flagship of Chinese investment to the Czech Republic, actually turned out to be a Ponzi scheme. So it collapsed, and then put into that also the COVID-19 pandemics. So Central and Eastern Europe in general is actually losing faith in China. And it has been a gradual process, just accelerated by COVID-19, by Xinjiang, by Hong Kong affairs, and so on. Czechia leads in negative perception. It perceives China negatively by 55%, but the other countries are not doing better. Czechia is followed by Hungary, Slovakia, and Poland, which all are negative by about 40%. It's quite interesting when you think about Hungary, because the popular impression, be it in the West or be it even in Central and Eastern European countries, is that Hungarians are very close to China, that Viktor Orbán is very close to China as well, but the general population actually is not. They do not perceive China in a very friendly views. And it has been seen also on 17+1 summit, which just happened last month. Lithuania and the rest of the Baltic trio, Latvia and Estonia, are already thinking about leaving the format, either with a big fanfare, as in the case of Estonia, or quietly leaving without saying goodbye to China. as the case of Lithuania. And this may prompt other countries, including the Czech Republic, which is the neighbor of Germany, to actually leave the format as well. So I would argue that the ball is actually on China's court right now, because China, either it will learn from the mistakes it made in Central and Eastern Europe, or it will not. And if it will not, it will lead to another backlash. Thank you for your attention. Have a very nice conference and stay safe.
Ja, vielen Dank an Ivana Karaskova für diesen Einblick. Vielen Dank auch nochmal für diesen Hinweis, dass bisher wirtschaftliche Profiteure vor allem die westlichen Staaten innerhalb der EU sind, was den Handel mit China angeht. Und wichtig auch zu unterscheiden zwischen öffentlichen Meinungen in der Bevölkerung und den Haltungen einzelner Regierungen in Ostmitteleuropa gegenüber China. Ich habe schon angekündigt, wir kommen jetzt zu unseren Breakout-Sessions und hier haben wir jetzt einen besonderen Fokus auf Russland. Russland hat ja seine Zusammenarbeit mit China verstärkt im Energiebereich, jetzt vor allen Dingen nach der Annexion der Krim, aber auch zumindest rhetorisch mit dem Wunsch, politisch sich enger an China anzuschließen. Und wir werden jetzt mit unterschiedlichen Perspektiven etwas genauer schauen auf die Beziehungen zwischen China und Russland. Und das tun wir in 4 parallelen Panels. Das erste Panel behandelt den Blick in die Zukunft und mögliche Felder künftiger russisch-chinesischer Zusammenarbeit. Und das zweite Panel beleuchtet mit dem Titel Fehlende Brücken die Situation in der russisch-chinesischen Grenzregion. Das Panel 3 erörtert unter dem Titel China und Russland Globalstrategien und Selbstentwürfe beider Staaten, eben hier Selbstwahrnehmung und Globalstrategie. Und das Panel 4 lenkt den Blick weiter südlich. Hier gehen wir zu den zentralasiatischen Staaten und fragen nach den Bildungseinflüssen in Zentralasien unter dem Titel Englisch oder Chinesisch. Als Sie sich für die Konferenz angemeldet haben, da haben Sie sich auch registriert für eines der Panels. Wenn Sie sich für das erste Panel entschieden haben, dann bleiben Sie einfach im Hauptraum. Bitte machen Sie nichts. Sollten Sie sich für die Panels 2 bis 4 entschieden haben, dann werden Sie jetzt gleich auf dem Bildschirm ein Fenster sehen und auf dem steht Beitreten und dann werden Sie automatisch in den Panelraum überführt, in den Sie gerne möchten. Falls Sie bei der Registrierung sich für ein Panel entschieden haben und jetzt doch nochmal umentscheiden möchten, dann bleiben Sie bitte im Hauptraum und sagen Sie im Chat, in welches Panel Sie möchten und dann werden unsere technischen Assistenten Sie in den entsprechenden Panelraum geleiten. Und dann wünsche ich uns allen jetzt einen weiteren interessanten Austausch und bitte um die Einblendung der Möglichkeiten, jetzt in die Panels zu gehen.
Great. So maybe someone could close now the slide. Here, great, thank you. Okay, yeah, welcome to one of the parallel panels here on Sino-Russian collaboration in the areas of finance and technology. We're glad that there are actually more than 140 people who have found the way to our panel. However, you still have the chance to enter one of the other panels if you want, as Gabriele Freitag has said, but we are of course lucky if you stay here. Let me at the beginning briefly explain the rationale of our panel, as well as to introduce our two speakers. And I think the previous panel was already very helpful in pointing out the significance of economic and of course financial aspects to this whole story of EU, Russia, China relations. And we are now looking forward to narrow it down in a way even further. And no matter the current global uncertainties and tensions, we want to dare an outlook on dependencies and interdependencies between Russia and China in the two fields of finance and technology. Of course, it is not without reason that we've chosen these two areas at the topics that we want to discuss. First, we think that both areas are of particular importance for the current debate, especially when it comes to path dependencies and historical lock-in effects. So decisions concerning finance and technology are often very deep decisions with many repercussions. So this is one thing. The other thing is that these are areas that are regularly discussed and in fact also used as targets of sanctions, Western sanctions. So we want to look also on this aspect. For this purpose, we are pleased to have won over to highly qualified speakers. So let me first introduce Riikka Nutilainen, who is a researcher at the Bank of Finland Institute for Emerging Economies in Helsinki. Riikka is a specialist on financial markets with an empirical focus on Russia and China. And our second speaker will be Jannis Kluge from the German Institute for International and Security Affairs in Berlin. He's an analyst of the Russian economy with a particular focus, at least recently, on sanctions and Nord Stream 2, but also broader issues concerning the Russian economy. And we will have two short inputs, each 8 to 10 minutes, and then we'll open the floor for Q&A and discussions. My name is Sebastian Hoppe. I'm a research fellow at the Institute for East European Studies at Freie Universität Berlin, and a guest researcher at SWP, working on the Russian infrastructural and modernization projects in the Russian Far East. Without further ado, we will now start with two short inputs, and we'll start with Riikka. Riikka, the stage is yours.
Great. Thanks a lot. I prepared some slides for you, so let's see if I can.
Yeah, it's working.
It's working. Great. So yep. Do you see the yeah, great. So let's see.
Yeah, once more full screen. Yeah, now it's working.
Okay. Good. So thank you for the opportunity to participate in this session, and I was asked to share some thoughts about the China-Russia financial collaboration, and I have some remarks about the topic, and then we can go on to the discussion that I very much look forward to. So at the moment, the China-Russia high-level relations are probably better than ever, in practice, the development. Sorry.
No, Rika, everything is fine. I think there was just a mic open.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thanks. So the development in economic and financial cooperation has been more modest, actually, and the financial deepening we have seen between the countries, it's mostly a natural result of China's economic growth. But then there is also a part that is a result of this more deliberate political push. And the financial deepening is largely a result of the increased trade between the countries. Russia has become more dependent on China as Russian energy exports to China have grown much faster than export to the rest of the world. And actually investments between the countries are still very limited, and they are predominantly investments from China to Russia. And they are mainly to finance these big energy projects to secure Chinese energy supply from Russia. So there is quite heavy state involvement usually in these investments because they are going from Chinese state banks to Russian state companies. And also in China, these kind of big foreign direct investment projects usually require government approval. So they are also government approved. But of course, the underlying driver in these projects are economic motives. And in addition to the foreign direct investments, it seems that also Chinese portfolio investments and bank lending to Russia is quite small, even though there is no good statistics about that. At least they are small compared to the investments from the EU. But recently, the countries have had some joint interests in de-dollarization that is emphasized by the deteriorating relations with the West and the Western financial sanctions. And in the next slides, I have some examples of these. And the sanctions imposed by the EU and US to Russian companies also restrict Chinese bank lending to Russia, although China has not imposed sanctions on Russia. But because the Chinese lenders are operating in international markets, they do not want to risk their access to international markets just to lend some Russian companies. And this has actually restricted Chinese lending also to non-sanctioned Russian firms because they are seen by the Chinese lenders quite risky. And going forward, I would see that the economic and financial cooperation is likely to continue increasing gradually, but there are many challenges. First, the financial relations between the countries are quite one-sided and are driven by Chinese investments in Russia. And they depend on China's economic development and China's opening up. But also then the financial conditions in Russia play a role. So the market environment in Russia is often assessed to be quite poor. And many Chinese companies see the risks in Russia's market quite high, and the rewards in these markets too low, especially to attract significant private investors. So in the Russian side, the de-dollarization means mainly diversifying Russia's foreign currency holdings away from the US dollar to several other currencies and gold reserves. And this has happened especially after the Russians' relations with the West worsened over the Russians' annexation of Crimea in 2014. But then compared to China, the de-dollarization in China more means the increase in the international role of the Chinese currency. And Russia has increased the use of the Chinese yuan in trade invoicing and its currency reserves, and that has helped China in this yuan internationalization aspirations. And the figure shows the Central Bank of Russia international reserves holdings that were diversified away from the dollar in 2018. And before that, the share of the dollar was almost half, but now currently it is somewhat over 20%. And in 2018, the share of the yuan was increased to 15%, and currently the share of yuan is 12%. But still, the share of Chinese yuan in Russian forex reserves is much higher than on average in global foreign exchange reserves, where the share of yuan is around 2%. And this actually means that Russia currently holds around 30% of all global yuan reserves. And also recently, the finance ministry announced that it had included the yuan in the National Welfare Fund. And from the Chinese side, China does not share the composition of its forex reserves, but a few years ago, China announced that it also had decreased the share of the US dollar and increased the share of other currencies in its currency reserves. And China and Russia have begun using their own currencies in bilateral trade in 2010, and the figure shows the trade invoicing currencies in the bilateral goods trade between the countries. So we can see that starting in 2018, the Russian exports to China are increasingly invoiced in euros, and this is a result in that the oil supply agreements from Russia to China are now priced in euros. So the share of US dollar has declined to around maybe 30% in some quarters from the almost 100% 5 years ago or so. And also Russian imports from China are increasingly invoiced in other currencies. So this very likely means that they are invoiced in Chinese yuan, even though the central bank does not have that category in its statistics. But maybe taking these together, the de-dollarization in Russia is mostly state-driven, and the private sector still uses the US dollar. So the trading volumes and dollar holdings in Russian banks have not declined, at least in any significant degree. And in China, there is strict restrictions on holding foreign currencies, so Chinese holdings are mainly still in domestic currency. And both China and Russia are eager also to reduce their dependence on Western financial systems and have developed alternatives also for Western payment systems. So there are examples like alternatives to global banking transfer system, the SWIFT, and then the card payment systems, for example, Visa and MasterCard. And currently several Russian banks are connected to the Chinese SIPS payment system, and there are plans to integrate the Russian Chinese payment systems. But here again, maybe the imbalance is evident. So China's Union Pay cards can be currently used globally, while the Russian Mir card system is mainly used in Russia. But overall, the de-dollarization efforts are restricted by the limited global use of the Chinese yuan and the Russian ruble. And given the size of its economy, the Chinese yuan is more widely used, of course, in global payments, shown in the figure here. but the yuan share is still less than 2%, even though China accounts close to 1/5 of the global economy. And I would say that significantly deepen the de-dollarization is at the moment not practical, as international markets are use mainly the US dollar, and currently there is no alternative in terms of acceptance and liquidity. And to increase the use of the yuan, for example, in bilateral transactions would require China to open up its capital account and increase the global acceptance of the yuan significantly. Yep, thanks a lot.
Oh, okay, thank you, Rika, for this, I think, nuanced perspective on trade, but and finance, but also, as I see it, the limits of, for example, de-dollarization and other trends that is very hotly discussed, actually. Yeah, so now over to Yannis. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. Thank you also, Rika, for that presentation. I think it fits quite well with what I'm going to say. And it shows how Russia has just built its whole economy on an integration and openness, integration with the West, and this created some very sticky dependencies that are very difficult to get rid of. I will focus to a different part of these dependencies now, technology. Of course, this is a very broad term. If you look at Russian-Chinese cooperation technology, this could mean many things, and I will just focus on 3 parts. The first one is cooperation between Russia and China in science and research. The second in the digital economy, and the third one in mobile communications and 5G. We have already spoken about this a lot in the previous panel. In general, I have to say that when we assess technological cooperation between China and Russia, we use a lot of anecdotal evidence. And this is always risky because we might have a bias. So, for example, if a Chinese company does something and not the usual Western companies, sometimes it raises a lot more attention than the regular Western companies do when they operate in Russia. So I tried to find a little data to help to put things into perspective and show sort of a comparative perspective on Russia between the Western technological world and China. In science and research, Russia, of course, has a lot of international links, mostly in natural sciences, I have to say. But there have been initiatives in the last years to intensify the relations with China. One of them is the years of Russian-Chinese scientific tech and innovation collaboration, which were launched last year. It's a very ambitious program with about 1,100 common events planned until the end of this year. It's quite a big program. As a point of reference, from 2018 to 2020, there were the German-Russian year of university cooperation in science, a bit different maybe, but a similar format, and we had 104 events. So this shows that there's a strong political will and strong incentives for Russian universities to participate in this sort of cooperation. But what about the status quo? Where are we actually right now with research cooperation? And of course, this is difficult to quantify and to check, but one way to do it is to look at common publications of Russian and Chinese research teams. And in 2019, so Russian and Chinese co-authors published a little more than 3,000 common publications. This number has actually doubled since 2015, so we see a clear trend. At the same time, though, German-Russian teams, I should say, published a bit more than 5,000 publications in 2019. So we can see that at least in natural sciences, against the political climate, the collaboration with the West in research is continuing. And overall, the EU is still an order of magnitude more important for Russian science and research cooperation than China. I will shift now to the second part, the digital economy and IT services. This is an especially important sector for Russia because it's one of the fastest growing. It's one that has a future, maybe in comparison to hydrocarbons, a brighter future. And there's a lot of potential for long-term dependencies in the digital economy. There are many lock-in effects and long-term investments there. And there have been quite a few developments between Russia and China in the last years, mainly led by the two Chinese giants, Alibaba and Huawei. So Alibaba is invested in one of the bigger players in Russian e-commerce, AliExpress, and has with the same Russian partners actually a joint venture for e-payment with Ant Group. At the same time, Huawei is even more deeply and strategically invested in Russia, and more systematically also. It has a partnership on cloud services with Russian Sberbank, or now Sber. It is also acquiring Russian startups, collaborating with universities, and it does so with a focus on artificial intelligence and with a desire to acquire Russian technologies and expertise. Actually, these two cases are quite telling with regard to what Chinese firms want in Russia in the tech area, which is on the one hand, market access, and on the other hand, access to Russian experts and know-how. But again, if we look at the overall magnitude, what is the picture? And we can take a look at the numbers because we have numbers on trade in IT services. And Russia imports around $5 billion of IT services. Now, this is also 2019, the numbers. This is software, programming, services, licenses, cloud services, and so on. And around 80% of that is coming from the European Union and United States. And around 3% of that is coming from China. And we have almost the same picture with regards to Russian IT exports and services. So we can clearly see that after 5 years of import substitution and the declaration of the turn to the East, Russia is still very much reliant on Western technologies. There might be a slight diversification away, but we don't see in any way a replacement of the West. The third and final part of my presentation is on the role of Huawei in Russia's 5G networks. And we have already spoken about this. I will try to maybe give a little bit more nuance to this process right now. Of course, due to the ever-growing role of the mobile internet, it's realized all over the world now that that mobile communications network are by all means critical infrastructure. They are huge investments. We have very strong lock-in effects, and they will shape the future in the economy. That much seems clear. So because of this, in the West, we have the debate about should we use Huawei or not. In Russia, it's a bit different. In Russia, the debate is should we use foreign equipment or should we use Russian equipment? And Alexander Gabuev has already spoken about this. With regard to the current situation in 5G, the introduction, the process in Russia is currently stuck because there's a disagreement over the terms of this introduction. The regulator, so the government, insists that the mobile operators use Russian equipment for 5G, which does not exist at the moment. But the industry conglomerate Rostec unveiled plans to develop this kind of equipment until 2024. Although, as we already heard today, nobody believes that this is possible. So it is clear to everybody that that Rostec will not be able to do this on its own because it doesn't have any history in developing competitive mobile communications equipment. So now the question is, what do the operators want as well? They are mostly private companies, or whether they're state companies, they act like private companies in Russia. They have a lot of competition among themselves, and they cooperate with all three major foreign vendors. So with Nokia, Ericsson, and Huawei to different degrees. And they resist strongly any strict rules against foreign equipment. And they have quite a bit of lobbying power in Russia. I think we should consider this as well. Now, what they are doing is that they are already upgrading their networks with the foreign technology, Ericsson, Nokia, and Huawei, to 5G ready, which means that with a simple software update, they can turn on 5G. They're investing billions into this, with material from all foreign suppliers, also the Western suppliers. And the clear strategy here seems to be to put pressure on the government to, in the end, when they have invested billions into building this, that they also are allowed to use this. Now, there's one scenario that we spoke about before, which could be that Rostec may team up with Huawei to develop something like a 5G offering out of Russia. But I think it is not very likely because of what I just said about the strategy of the operators. They will fiercely resist this because they are already invested. And also, given that Rostec would have this kind of joint venture, it will have very little to add. So in the end, what Russia would end up with is the full dependency from China, and import substitution with regard to 5G is simply impossible. Also over the next years, it's simply not possible, and it would create a one-sided dependency, which Russia has been trying to avoid, at least in the past. So concluding, what does all of this tell us? We have seen many political initiatives in the tech sector, but despite of all this, it is still one of the weakest links compared to energy, military, and other links between Russia and China. The most important reason from my perspective is that the digital economy is driven by private companies, and their interests in Russia are a lot different from what the government or state-owned enterprises want. The second reason is that Russia and China struggle to find common interests in this sphere. So China wants to acquire technologies, wants to get access to experts in Russia, wants to acquire an export market, while at the same time Russia wants to localize its production of IT products, and it wants to protect the few technological advantages that it still has. And their Chinese firms are often competitors and not partners to Russian companies. The cooperation is especially difficult when there's a risk of technology theft. And where the cooperation happens, such as Huawei's engagement, it seems to serve China's interests more than Russia's. Overall, to conclude, Russia's dependency from the West in the technology sphere is still overwhelming. If there at any point is a deeper divide between the West and China in technology, this is very painful for Russia, and it could tear Russia's digital economy apart. Russia would be one of the countries suffering the most from this kind of digital divide between the US and China, and actually should have the biggest interest in that it doesn't happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Yannis. And I think both your and Rika's input have given us some differentiation in the sense that it's not only a politically driven relationship, but there are many, as you say, private actors that have a say in all these developments and relationships, and they may be dependent to some degree, but have their scope of action. And hereby, I actually would like to open the floor for questions or short comments, please, short. And you can use the raise the hand button to bring yourself in here into the debate. And as long as there are no hands yet, so I would like to pose a question, and that is, you've pretty much described the status quo that we see now, or that has been developing throughout the last years. And my question would be, what is a realistic scenario when we think about 2025 or 2030? So what is maybe a most likely scenario, and what is a least likely scenario? Yeah, who wants to start? Maybe Rika first, and then Yannis.
Okay, yeah, that is very interesting, and I think at the moment, at least as I described in my presentation, the common interest between the countries, at least towards the de-dollarization, have been driven by like outside forces more than maybe the natural development would have been just between the countries. So I think much depends on what happens globally and how the Russian, especially the Chinese role globally will look like. So for example, if there will be some broader, we have now seen some financial sanctions against China from US and EU and some other countries' parts, but if these escalate, then of course this kind of outside development can drive these countries closer together. And at the moment, China is quite vulnerable to these kind of US sanctions because of course Chinese companies operate globally, and China is the world greatest trade nation, so it widely uses the US dollar. So these kind of sanctions, of course, would have a very severe effect to the whole global financial system. But then if I would say that what is more likely is that we avoid, of course, this kind of broad escalations. So then I think the more or less the current status quo maybe will continue. China, of course, very much welcomes the increased use of the yuan. It tries to promote it, for example, in the Belt and Road programs. And of course, if the Russians are willing to use the yuan, and maybe sometimes you can get better conditions for your deals if you are willing to make them in Chinese yuan. So maybe we can see some progress in that, but I would say that the current situation probably do not change that much. Of course, China's share of the global economy will grow, and maybe China will open up its for like financial markets. So in that sense, also the Chinese, for example, financing to Russia will increase, but it's more or less like natural development, I would say.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe Yannis can move on from there and say to what degree the picture is maybe different in with the Russian case or not maybe.
I think it's actually quite similar. I would also say that the political context it is decisive. So if we continue like we have in the last 5 or 6 years, so we have bad relations, we have a deterioration, but at the same time, we do not have the sanctions from hell, the so-called sanctions from hell, or any very disruptive events. If it continues like this, the most likely perspective is that also the cooperation of Russian IT companies with Western providers of all kinds will continue. And the center of gravity for this development will be the West, also for Russia. So we have contradictive trends. On the one hand, of course, also China's digital economy could continue to grow, and they will have some more competitive offerings, which might then be interesting to Russian companies. At the same time, we could argue that because Russia's digital economy is growing the fastest from all of the sectors, and because it is so far deeply integrated with Western technologies, that this will actually, overall, increase Russia's reliance on Western technology. So this is not clear, and in the absence of a really dramatic sanction event, it is most likely that it will just continue in the current, well, I would say, overwhelming dependency on Western technologies. Also, if we have a sanctions event, it really matters what kind of event we are looking at. If we have, for example, a very strong sanctions on Huawei, Russia might end up in a situation where Huawei is not able to deliver and will not able to serve its 5G demand. So this might be a situation in which Russia has only the Western offer available or no 5G at all. If we have very strong sanctions on Russia, then it is more likely that Huawei will be the only one offering 5G to Russia. So sanctions doesn't automatically mean more cooperation between Russia and China. Sanctions are actually one of the main reasons, as Rika already said, why many Chinese companies are careful when cooperating with Russia. So they have also a dividing effect in this relationship. Overall, I would say we should always consider the role of private actors, because we tend to disregard that Russia's economy, especially in the tech industry, is driven by private enterprises who are very competitive and who are often linked to Western financial markets. For example, one of the most successful e-commerce players, Ozon, just went to the Nasdaq stock exchange for capital. So they are counting on these channels to remain open in the next years, and they are not that much concerned that sanctions will destroy this channel in the immediate future. And for the Russian state, of course, it tries to steer the Russian economy away from these dependencies, mainly towards an inward looking. So it's more about import substitution than about more partnership with China. But the ability of Russia's state to steer the economy is limited. And the reason why this economy is successful is because there are so many private actors who are competing and who are innovative because of this. And Russia's state or Russia's government cannot change these dependencies without destroying this dynamic. So this would be economically quite painful if any decision in this type would ever be taken in the next years. This is why I strongly expect that this dependency, which we see right now, is also going to continue over the next 5 or 10 years. And then we have to see how much China has a competitive offering in the digital sphere, but also in financial markets for the Russian digital economy.
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, I see that you argue that basically private companies are the main drivers. So does this mean actually that the image or the notion that that this is a highly politicized relationship and politics can in a way use economic relationships as a lever is a little bit overestimated, or do we put too much effort in our analysis in the political dimension and underestimate in a way these economic dynamics, or is there really can these economic relations be leveraged to some degree?
I can answer if you want to.
Yeah.
It's a problem of basically individual companies having their rationality when they make their decisions in a marketplace, and they decide which offer they use, and they want something reliable. They want something compatible. They want something that everybody uses, and they don't want to take risks. The private companies, and this is often the Western choice. There's a saying, one representative of an IT company in Russia told me that no IT expert has ever been fired for using IBM. So using anything else is quite risky. And this is why these dependencies are so sticky and so difficult to overcome. This doesn't mean, so all of these firms make their independent decisions. This leads to an overall dependency, but this doesn't mean that these dependencies cannot be exploited. Of course, they can be exploited after they are created. They can be used for sanctions, as we have seen. The only thing is that, so they can only be destroyed. They cannot be forced to come to life. Let's put it like this. So you can create incentives for other connections, for more cooperation with China, for example, but you cannot force private companies to do it without actually putting a lot of pressure or without actually damaging your economy very severely. And this is where I think the Russian government doesn't have an interest at the moment to do this, which is why I'm quite confident that the use of Western technology in Russia will stay quite prominent and widespread over the next years.
Okay, yeah. Rika, do you want to come in once more, or?
No. Yeah, I agree.
Okay,
so,
okay, great. Yeah, I mean, we have a question in the chat from Stefan Meister. How does securitization drive the further policy in these sectors? I guess the sectors that both of you outlined. What is the rationale behind the currency policy, and what does it mean for both sectors? I mean, this also relates to the question to what degree or in how far is the Hereinisation strategy by China, to what degree is it a really political active strategy, or is it just the byproduct of China's overall economic development? But first, the question by Stefan Meister. So the securitization aspect in both these policies. Who wants to respond?
I can start on this issue, maybe because it obviously has a lot to do with technology. So at the moment, what securitization, so let's say the increasing influence of security elites on Russian policymaking, what this does is that it creates a lot of disagreements within Russia. So whereas maybe 10 years ago, also technological progress, introduction of, let's say, 4G networks was moving ahead and was not getting stuck. Now it is getting stuck because the Siloviki or security elites are having more of a say. The problem is that I would say their worldview does not take into account these market dynamics that I just described. So for one example is the expectation that Rostec will actually come up with its own 5G solution, which is, I think, a genuine expectation among the security elites or those who push for the Russian solution. It is just very far detached from market realities. And this is, I think, is a big risk for Russia's economy, actually, that if elites gain influence in economic policy making, which is 5G introduction is also economic policy making, then you will have a lot of counterproductive policies that hold back Russia's development and progress in the digital development, especially. One example of this is when we had the attempt to shut down Telegram a few years back, and as a result, the connection to Amazon Web Services was cut, and many Russian startups really suffered from this. So you can see that if these technological dependencies are approached by the security elites or with their way of thinking, this often leads to sort of unintended side effects and rather destructive economic policy from a strictly economic point of view. So I think the effect of this is that Russia's economic development in the digital sphere will actually rather slow down over the next years. And the case in point here is the introduction of 5G, which is now unrealistic until the second half of the 2020s.
Thank you. Rika, you want to come in on the, yeah, do you want to respond to that, actually?
Yeah, maybe in the financial currency side, I would say that development, I think it's more and should be more market driven, because for example, the foreign reserves holdings, they are there in place to secure, for example, if you have some shock coming from outside, for example, your trade or your foreign or exchange rate shock or shock for your foreign debt. So then, therefore, the forex reserves are there they should be very liquid and also have similar currency composition that is your like outside liabilities maybe. And I would say that, of course, now because for example, Russia's access to US dollar financing has decreased and the firms have less debt denominated in the US dollars, it's maybe natural and a rational economical political decision to have also the USD reserves reduced. And maybe both countries, Russia and China, are in favorable position in this sense, in that, for example, their foreign debt is very small compared to the size of the economy, and both have very large forex reserves to securities. So, yeah.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Once more, of course, we will be interested in the comments, questions from the audience. So you can raise your hand as Julia Langbein has done.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Yes, okay, excellent, great. Yeah, just a very short questions. I was wondering what the political implications are of those close links between the West and Russia when it comes to technology cooperation. I mean, Yannis described this very, vividly, and I was wondering, is there anything that, can Western governments now just lean back and trust that this development will continue to be driven by private business interests, or is there anything that politics can do to avoid that China becomes a more attractive partner for technology cooperation in the next 10 to 15 years to come? That would be my question. Probably, yeah, to Yannis first, maybe also to, I don't know. Thanks.
So I will just take the word.
Yeah.
I think there's very little actually that the West can do to avoid that China will become an attractive alternative in many other sectors of the digital economy or tech cooperation over the next years. It's I think in many sectors it's just a question of time, and it's more for the EU. The question is not how can we stop it from happening, but the question is how do we deal with it, and how do we react to it. And although I of course, yeah, I painted the picture as quite of a quite strong dependence of Russia from the West or from EU and US. I think we should not disregard that there are these islands of cooperation in the ocean of Western dependency, which are growing and which will continue to grow. Like the one aspect I mentioned in science cooperation, in a few years, probably in 1 or 2 years, China will be the most important, as a single country, the most important partner country for Russia's scientific community. While the EU will and the US or the EU alone will actually stay more relevant, like it is in trade right now, like it is in almost every other sector. This, of course, is a development which should be observed. As I said before, the cooperation connections with, for example, German research in natural sciences, I will say natural science because in social science it's more difficult. The natural sciences with Russia is still functioning and actually growing and intensifying. So yeah, I mean there are still things that can be done in this area to keep it that way. But as I said before, I think it's the EU cannot stop the rise of Chinese offers in technology, and China's attractiveness in many of these areas, can only think about how to deal with it.
Rika, you want to come in?
Well, yeah, I very much agree. Yeah, and of course we witnessed that all over the world, the Chinese rise in technology and science, and for example, the number of the international patents China has been a couple of years has made the most international patents overall globally, and China's tech firms like Huawei in top have been very heavily involved in this. So yeah, I would say this is the development that will continue. China, for example, the next 5-year plan pushes the research and development investment growth quite heavily. So I think, yeah, we just have to learn to deal with this, and of course, it can also help us globally.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I mean, we have 5 minutes left, so there is still time for 1 or 2 questions from the audience. And I see Alena Epifanova. Please.
Yeah, hello. And thank you so much for this interesting presentation. Thank you, Yannis. I also wanted to recommend to read his great analysis about the current situation around 5G for Foreign Policy Research Institute. I think so. This is a great overview about these different positions on the market and also security interests, the place of foreign companies. So I just wanted to ask you, Yannis, so what do you think about the future around this conflict regarding the needed frequencies, which are for now occupied by the military sector in Russia, and what it looks like the most obstacle for the development of the 5G in Russia. So, and as far as I know, the current state is that the military sector, the security sector, is not willing to give this frequencies now available for the private sector. So this is, I think, a very interesting example about this very securitization of the tech sector and the digital sector, where we just, there is no understanding how it will develop as long as this security sector blocks this decision. So I just would like to hear your assessment about the future of this issue, and also which actors do you see, or the main actors which could somehow contribute to the solving this problem with the frequencies of the development of the 5G beyond the private sector. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I suggest we take a second question by Manuela Troschke, and then give then over to Yannis for the last response, actually.
Yeah, Mr. Hoppe, thank you, and thank you to the speakers. Mr. Hoppe, you mentioned that there are historical lock-in paths. And Rika from Buffett mentioned that FDI is mostly driven by large infrastructure projects regarding energy supply from Russia. So my question would be about, what about energy? And as you maybe can see, I'm from Scientists for Future Germany, representing the climate section here. And who is going to be locked in more, either Russia or China, if going on that way? So that would be a question, because the technology question was very much focused on innovations and G5 and so on, and I feel that this dimension was a bit neglected. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So you mean who's more locked in the energy sectors?
Who will be more locked in, because China is building up more and more coal, and Russia is getting more and more dependent by exporting the fossils. So and who is there anybody on the scenery who might solve the problem of being locked into fossils for another 5 decades or so?
Yeah, great question, and of course large topic, but over to, I guess, Yannis and Enrica again. Yeah,
so maybe to explain, because I haven't mentioned it before, usually 5G all over the world, in Europe mainly, is developed on a specific frequency from 3.4 to 3.8 gigahertz. In Russia, there are many different military applications, from controlling military satellites over air defense and so on, blocking this frequency at the moment. This is why the Russian government wants the operators to use a different spectrum, which is 4.8 to 5.0, to develop their 5G networks. There are many problems connected to this. The main problem is that there is not really a lot of equipment that works well on this. There's a question if the smartphones, if the next iPhone or Samsung phone will work on this frequency. There have been some problems in the past, so the operators really want this so-called golden spectrum, because it's the most marketable, from 3.4 to 3.8 gigahertz. So how can this struggle be resolved? The security elites are blocking the access to the spectrum right now. We actually had quite a similar, actually the same situation in the late 2000s. And then it was about the introduction of 3G. So in that sense, in that situation, it took an intervention by the president, then Medvedev, to resolve it. So he basically told the security elites, no, we need to free this up so that 3G can be developed. Now, it is obviously Medvedev had a different relationship with digital technologies than Vladimir Putin has. He claims to not use a smartphone, and although he often in his speeches, says many things about the importance of all these new technologies, it's not quite clear in how far they actually play a role in his strategic thinking. So, but I still think that it would take an intervention from Vladimir Putin actually to free the spectrum. There are some possibilities for compromises at the margins. So, for example, you can free it up in the cities and try to move air defenses out of the way, and maybe have like a patchwork operation. There are also some problems with using the higher frequency in close to the border, because NATO is using it for the recognizing each other's planes. So it cannot be used in St. Petersburg, Sochi, and other bordering countries. So what is the result? I think for now, Russia's operators still can live without 5G, and they can for a few years, but there will be more pressure to act. And in the end, I think there will be a compromise where at least part of the spectrum in the golden band, the golden spectrum, will be used by the mobile operators. One last sentence to the question, who's more locked in with regard to energy dependence, or this is maybe not this panel's question, but I think that over the next 20 years, at least, there's still a lot of demand for Russian energy, especially if it's coming by boat. It can be sent to all over the world, LNG or oil. There's still enough demand left because Russia has rather low marginal cost of producing this oil, and there are other countries who will have to drop out of the market first if the oil price will be low for a considerable amount of time. So I think that actually there's a lock-in, yes, but this is currently not the most burning issue on the agenda of the Russian government.
Yeah, thank you, Janus. Rika, do you want to say something on that energy question?
Yeah, maybe I can say something. So of course, both countries now are heavily dependent on fossil fuels, and China in coal especially. And even though the President Xi introduced the carbon neutrality target in 2060, or by 2060, it still seems that at least at the moment in the investment projects, China is doing quite little still towards that, even though the role of wind and solar energy has increased. But to achieve that target, China would have to heavily increase, for example, nuclear energy production. So in the 20-30 years ahead, China, I think, will still be dependent on coal. But then, of course, Russia is a bit different in that Russia's whole export sector is dependent on fossil fuels and energy. So I think that will have more effect on the Russian economy as a whole when the whole world tries to carbon neutralize. And maybe in the locked in, I would say that maybe Russia is in a bit difficult position with China, in that most of the energy exports in both natural gas and oil from Russia to China goes via the pipelines. So they are really locked in this sense. They cannot diversify that. And also that gives some bargaining power for China to, for example, negotiate the pricing. And China has very efficiently diversified its energy supply. So its oil supply, Russia, I think, is the biggest supplier, but Saudi Arabia is right there in the similar share. And then there are several countries who have some like 10% shares or something. And also China is increasing its natural liquefied gas imports, so that not to be so dependent on Russia. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we're slightly over time, so let me conclude by saying I think we've seen that there are large scale trends, and we can at least make some plausible assumptions about future scenarios, but a lot depends on also internal relationships, internal negotiations, conflicts, both within Russia and China. So this is a moving target in a way. And let me say thank you to Rika and Janus for giving us these inputs. And I think the conference will move on at 1 p.m. So we have now a break of 35 minutes. And thank you for your questions also, and wish you a nice conference. Thank you.
Tschüss auch.
Ja, liebe Gäste, ich begrüße Sie ganz herzlich hier zurück aus der Mittagspause. Und ich begrüße auch diejenigen von Ihnen, die sich vielleicht erst jetzt für den letzten Teil zu unserer Konferenz zugeschaltet haben. Ich habe es heute Morgen schon gesagt, diese Konferenz ist die Jahrestagung der Deutschen Gesellschaft für Osteuropakunde, die wir gemeinsam mit der Bertelsmann Stiftung und dem Mercator Institute for China Studies ausrichten. Die DGO, die Deutsche Gesellschaft für Osteuropakunde, beschäftigt sich mit einem Raum, der von den östlichen EU-Staaten über Osteuropa, den Kaukasus bis nach Zentralasien reicht. Und wir können natürlich nicht von einer Region im Sinne einer geografischen, politischen oder ökonomischen Einheit sprechen. Es gibt aber ein Merkmal, das für den gesamten Raum charakteristisch ist. Und das ist der Plattenbau. Der Plattenbau, der eigentlich seinen Ursprung in den USA hat, dann aber im sowjetischen Einflussbereich besondere Verbreitung fand. Und der Wiener Architekt und Künstler Tom V. hat sich in seinem sogenannten Blocks Project die Plattenbauten im gesamten östlichen Europa, also sowie auch im Kaukasus und in Zentralasien angeschaut. Und er wird uns jetzt auf eine virtuelle Reise mitnehmen in diese architektonischen Landschaften. Und Tom V. hat dafür eine PowerPoint vorbereitet. Und ich empfehle Ihnen daher jetzt, in die Sprecheransicht zu wechseln. Sie gehen also wieder oben rechts mit Ihrer Maus und nehmen Sie dort auch diesen Modus nebeneinander. Dann werden Sie sowohl die PowerPoint-Präsentation haben, als auch Tom V. als Sprecher sehen. Und es wurde uns heute Morgen schon erklärt, mit der Maus können Sie auch die Fenster etwas verschieben, sodass Sie für sich einstellen können, welche Einstellung, welche Größe der Präsentation und des Fotos für Sie angenehm ist. Und damit übergebe ich an Tom V.
So, guten Tag und herzlichen Dank an alle Beteiligten für die Einladung zur heutigen Konferenz, um mein Projekt mit dem Namen Blocks Project präsentieren zu dürfen. Ich glaube, die PowerPoint-Präsentation funktioniert. Jawohl. Es ist mein umfangreichstes Kunstprojekt, in dem ich ca. 10.000 Plattenbaufassaden in insgesamt 30 Länder der ehemaligen Sowjetunion, des sogenannten ehemaligen Ostblocks und Jugoslawiens seit 2008 fotografiert habe. Nächstes Bild, ja. Angefangen hat alles in meinem Architekturstudium und mit einem Erasmus-Aufenthalt in Tschechien und der abschließenden Diplomarbeit über Prager Plattenbaufassaden und deren künstlerisches Erscheinungsbild. Ich wohnte in dieser Zeit in einer Plattenbausiedlung mit dem Namen Bohunice im Norden von Prag. Diese ist eine von ca. 50 Plattenbausiedlungen in der tschechischen Hauptstadt. Nicht nur wie hier in Prag, sondern auch in so gut wie allen anderen Städten mit Plattenbausiedlungen befinden sich diese mehrheitlich außerhalb des Zentrums. Sieht man hier gut auf dieser Karte. Im Zentrum der Kern von Prag und außerhalb sind die ganzen Plattenbausiedlungen, ca. 50 an der Zahl. In meiner Arbeit fotografierte ich ca. 800 Plattenbaufassaden in ganz Prag. Bei genauerer Betrachtung des gesamtstädtischen Raumes ergab sich für mich zunehmend eine sehr starke bunte Mischung von Fassaden. Weiters interviewte ich Bewohner und organisierte den ersten tschechischen Plattenbautag. Mit öffentlichen Verkehrsmitteln und mit einem Van bereiste ich danach alle Länder. Eine kleine Auswahl möchte ich Ihnen nun vorstellen. Meine erste Reise führte mich 2014 nach Warschau und Kielce in Polen. Links ist eine Fassade in Warschau und rechts in Kielce. Die nächste Reise führte mich mit meinem Kastenwagen von Wien über Polen nach St. Petersburg in Russland und in die baltischen Staaten. Ebenso 2014 stand Berlin auf der To-Do-Liste im konkreten Ostberlin, wie man hier sieht. Die nächste Folie ist dann St. Petersburg links und rechts, das war Riga. Am Schluss dieser Reise stand noch Vilnius, warten Sie, eine zurück, Entschuldigung. Am Schluss dieser Reise stand noch Vilnius in Litauen auf der Liste hier. So, nun zu meinem großen Reiseabschnitt 2016 fuhr ich in nur 4 Monaten insgesamt durch 17 Länder. Ausgehend von Wien ging es zuerst nach Minsk und Moskau. Von dort ging es weiter in die damalige Hauptstadt von Kasachstan, Astana, heutzutage nur Sultan genannt, und dann in den Süden in die größte Stadt des Landes, nämlich Almaty. Von Kasachstan fuhr ich wiederum Richtung Süden nach Bischkek in Kirgisistan und Duschanbe in Tadschikistan. Leider durfte ich nach mehrmaligen Versuchen nicht nach Turkmenistan einreisen und musste Aschgabat aussetzen. Somit fotografierte ich nach Taschkent in Usbekistan, um dann wieder zurück über Kasachstan und Russland nach Grosny in die Autonome Republik Tschetschenien zu reisen. Von Grosny aus ging es nach Baku in Aserbaidschan, auf der linken Seite eine Fassade, und durch den Iran nach Jerewan in Armenien. Rechts zu sehen. Danach fuhr ich nach Tiflis in Georgien, um dann durch die Türkei wieder in der EU anzugelangen. Ein Jahr danach, im Jahre 2017, ging es noch nach Kiew in der Ukraine und nach Chisinau nach Moldawien. Auf meinen Reisen waren nicht nur die Plattenbaugebäude faszinierend, sondern auch die unterschiedlichen Kulturen und Landschaften der jeweiligen Regionen. So konnte ich neben meiner Projekttätigkeit auch einige schöne Naturerlebnisse erfahren. Die fast unendlich wirkende Weite von Kasachstan, wie hier zu sehen, oder die wunderbaren Gebirgslandschaften des Pamirs in Kirgisistan und Tadschikistan. Weiters bereicherte mich der persönliche Austausch mit Menschen in Alltagsbegegnungen. Vor allem in Tadschikistan war das relativ einfach, mit Menschen in Kontakt zu treten. Nicht alle Gebäude sind typische Plattenbauten, so wie auf der linken Seite, da einige auch in Betonfachwerkweise ausgefüllt mit Ziegelsteinen gebaut wurden. Deswegen nannte ich dieses Projekt auch Blocks Project, da alle von mir dokumentierten Gebäudeblöcke darstellen. Also das ist ein klassischer Plattenbau dann wieder in Bischkek, in Kirgisistan. Einen sichtlich markanten Unterschied für mich bei den Plattenbauten und deren Fassaden gibt es vor allem zwischen EU-Mitgliedstaaten wie auf der linken Seite in Polen und Nicht-EU-Mitgliedstaaten wie zum Beispiel in Serbien auf der rechten Seite. Viele Fassaden in der EU werden wärmegedämmt und danach meist bunt angestrichen. Außerhalb der EU fehlen vielerorts wahrscheinlich die finanziellen Mittel für eine thermische Sanierung. Die eindeutig massivsten und größten Gebäude bzw. Siedlungen habe ich in Russland und in der Ukraine gefunden. Es war mir zum Beispiel in St. Petersburg ohne Karte nicht mehr möglich, am Abend aus Siedlungen den sogenannten Mikrorajons herauszufinden. Das ist in Kiew. Doch was wären all die Tausenden von Fassaden, wenn die Menschen und deren Leben dahinter nicht erkundet werden? Also besuchte ich einige Bewohner in den verschiedenen Ländern und befragte sie zu deren Wohnverhältnisse und zu den Plattenbaugebäuden. 2 Bewohner mit deren Familien möchte ich Ihnen kurz vorstellen. Das ist der erste, das ist der Aslan. Der lebt mit seiner Familie in einer Plattenbauwohnung in Bischkek in Kirgisistan. Laut Aslan waren früher die Nachbarschaftsverbindungen in den Plattenbauten und Siedlungen viel stärker ausgeprägt als nun. Man konnte seinen Nachbarn nach den Ladenöffnungszeiten zum Beispiel um fehlende Lebensmittel oder Ingredienzien fragen. Heutzutage ist vieles viel individueller, kapitalistischer und die Shops haben 24 Stunden geöffnet. Er kennt die meisten seiner Nachbarn nicht mehr, da auch viel mehr Mobilität in den Gebäuden herrscht und so viele neue Bewohner ein- und ausziehen. Zweitens, das ist auch noch von der Familie in Bischkek, da bin ich eingeladen worden. Das ist jetzt der zweite, der Anton. Ups, Entschuldigung, nochmal zurück. Da, falsche Richtung. Entschuldigung. Jetzt geht es in die falsche Richtung, keine Ahnung warum. So, hier. Anton wohnt mit seiner vierköpfigen Familie in deren 60 Quadratmeter Wohnung in Duschanbe, Tadschikistan. Seit 1988 wurde nichts am Haus und auch nichts am Inneren der Wohnung geändert. Er möchte die Möbel so belassen, da sie ein Andenken an seine Großeltern sind. Die Familie kann auf fließendes Wasser seit nunmehr 10 Jahren nur von der Früh bis Mittag und am Abend zurückgreifen. Auch das Heizsystem funktioniert seit dem Ende der Sowjetunion nicht mehr. So, jetzt kommen die nächsten Bilder. Die tausenden Fassaden sprechen schon als eine Art Kunstwerk für sich, in denen man schier unendlich viele Details und visuelle Unterschiede, aber auch viele Gemeinsamkeiten entdecken kann. Dem nicht genug entwickle ich aus den vielen Bildern weitere Kompositionen. In den Überlegungen ging es mir darum, fiktive Plattenbauräume und Welten entstehen zu lassen, die ein Bild der Plattenbaufassaden wiedergeben und eine Verbindung für einen kreativen Prozess dienen sollen. Was sind meine Zukunftspläne? Ich plane 2 weitere Projekte in Bezug auf Plattenbauten für die Zukunft. Erstens wieder ein größeres Projekt, eine Reise durch Russland, China und Nordkorea, um weitere Fassaden zu dokumentieren und um einen Film über die Siedlungen und Bewohnern zu drehen. Und zweitens möchte ich Plattenbaureisen in ausgewählte Städte des Ostens für Architektur- und Kulturinteressierte anbieten, um gemeinsam in das Leben von Plattenbaubewohnern tiefer einzutauchen. Nun beende ich hiermit meine kurze Projektvorstellung und danke Ihnen vielmals für Ihr Interesse und für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit. Für weitere Informationen und Anregungen besuchen Sie bitte gerne meine Webauftritte oder kontaktieren Sie mich via Instagram, E-Mail oder auch hier beim Zoom-Chat. Danke vielmals.
So geht's.
Ja, herzlichen Dank an Tom V. für diese Einblicke in die heterogene Welt des scheinbar schematischen Plattenbaus. Ich leite jetzt über zu unserem letzten Impuls, bevor wir dann das Abschlusspanel haben. Und mit diesem letzten Input gehen wir zurück zum Ausgangspunkt unserer Konferenz, nämlich nach Asien. Der Politikwissenschaftler Parag Khanna, der einige Zeit in Deutschland und auch in den USA gelebt hat und heute als Gründungsdirektor den Think Tank Future Map in Singapur leitet, gibt Einblicke in die Sicht der asiatischen, vor allen Dingen der südasiatischen Nachbarn auf China. Und im Anschluss an diesen Input übernimmt dann Miriam Kosmel, Senior Expert der Bertelsmann Stiftung im Programm Europas Zukunft, die Moderation des Abschlusspanels. Und das steht unter der Frage neue Systemkonkurrenz, nur Wettbewerb oder systemischer Angriff.
Over the past 20 years, China has become the natural and largest trading partner for most Asian countries. As far back as the 1998 Asian financial crisis, China helped countries boost their exports by lowering its own tariffs through a program known as Early Harvest. Since that time, China has surpassed all other Asian economies in size and has also become much more diplomatically and commercially active. Most recently, China has served as the anchor of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Trade Agreement between a dozen major Asian economies, forming the largest zone of harmonized trade in the world, both by GDP and population. All countries in Asia recognize that they share this geography with China, and they want to take advantage of its large market into which they sell and the cheap products that they can buy from China. An example of this is Huawei, the large Chinese telecommunications equipment company. Huawei helps countries gain internet access, 5G broadband, and good mobile phones. In other words, it helps societies to get online faster, better, and cheaper than other companies, which is exactly what poorer countries need. These countries are less concerned with whether China is taking their citizens' data because they don't consider this as vital a national security interest, as the US or Europeans do. There is also the Belt and Road Initiative, which provides low-cost infrastructure to countries across Asia that very much need it, and who have been neglected by Western multilateral organizations for decades. Now there's also clean energy, such as solar panels. China has become the largest producer of low-cost solar panels in the world, and countries are importing them to help them reduce their dependence on oil and gas imports, which are very expensive for them. But there are significant geopolitical tensions in Asia. In fact, most of the world's major conflict scenarios are in Asia, between China and its neighbors, such as India, Japan, in the South China Sea, Taiwan, and others. China can take advantage of these economic linkages to press for strategic advantage. For example, 10 years ago, China and Japan had tensions over the Senkaku Diaoyu Islands. So China temporarily banned the export of rare earth minerals to Japan, which are critical for Japan's electronics industry. Similarly, when South Korea agreed to station a US missile defense system in its country, China started a boycott of Korean products and blocked Chinese tourists from going to Korea. China does similar things to countries such as the Philippines in order to compel it to give up its claims on certain islands in the South China Sea. But overall, China's trade with Japan and South Korea represents a triangle that is the largest trade between any three countries in the world, more than $4 trillion per year, and China trades more with Southeast Asia than it does with the United States. So where do we go from here? Countries are learning and maneuvering to pull supply chains into their own borders for cars and electronics so that they can hopefully be less dependent on China. And they are also strengthening their partnerships with the United States and Europe to reinforce their sovereignty in the face of Chinese intimidation. So we continue to have geopolitical tension, but also geoeconomic convergence. In the end, my hope is that we will have a stable and multipolar Asia, one in which there is equilibrium rather than hegemony. Thank you very much.
Miriam, du bist, man kann dich nicht hören.
Frau Cosme, gucken Sie doch bitte mal in Ihrer Audioeinstellung, ob möglicherweise Ihr Headset nicht verbunden ist. Nein, ist nicht zu hören. Nein.
I'm unmuted.
Jetzt
the earphones work.
Sie
Can you
sind zu
hear me
hören.
now?
Ja.
Oh, perfect. Okay, I apologize. So from Asia, we zoom back in on Eastern Europe now. I welcome you to the final panel on the new systems competition in the context of Central and Eastern Europe. My name is Miriam Kosmel. I'll be your moderator for this coming hour and 15 minutes. I work in the Bertelsmann Stiftung's Europe's Future program, where my focus is on Eastern Europe and the Eastern Partnership countries. Before joining Bertelsmann Stiftung, I lived and worked in Ukraine, Russia, and Central Asia for about 15 years. I am happy to welcome 3 exceptional panel guests who will share with us their understanding of what China's politics vis-à-vis and actions in Central and Eastern Europe mean and entail amid the increased power struggle between China and the US, but Russia also, of course, as this week's China-Russia meeting clearly confirmed. Welcome, Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng is a particle physicist and a frequent and versatile columnist. To anyone curious about China, I highly recommend looking for her pieces in The Guardian or the New York Times or Foreign Policy, to name but a few media where she publishes. She is now a postdoctoral fellow at Yale Law School's Paul Tsai China Center, where she focuses on the ethics and governance of science and US-China relations. Born and raised in China, she also lived in Europe for over a decade, where she worked at the European Nuclear Research Center near Geneva. Research and a fellowship brought her back to the US, to a research center near Chicago, where she now mainly lives. Welcome, Yang. Ivan Krastev, I hardly have to introduce. He lives and works in and from Bulgaria and Vienna. Among his many works, I'd like to refer to 3 that I believe are crucial for today's topic. 4 years ago, he published the major essay After Europe, arguing that the dream of a free and united Europe was probably over. He reflects on how COVID-19 has changed Europeans' perceptions of China. And in the light that failed a reckoning, he traces anti-liberalism in Central and Eastern Europe and Russia too, also to the shame invoked by, I quote, the age of imitation, end of quote. The latter being a result of Western politicians and experts presenting the model of liberal democracy arrogantly and without alternative, entailing, I quote again, copycat humiliation. Further, he and his co-author Stephen Holmes analyzed why China is perceived as a challenge in the US and predicted a world-changing clash between the US and China. Welcome, Ivan. Kai Strittmatter was a correspondent in Beijing for the German daily Süddeutsche Zeitung twice, with an intermediary posting in Turkey. He now is Süddeutsche's correspondent for Scandinavia and the Baltic countries, but still writes about China. In his latest, or in one of his latest books, We Have Been Harmonized, Life in China's Surveillance State, he describes his thinking of wanting to make Europeans travel and live, spend a year if possible in China or Turkey or Russia as an eye-opener, and as he writes, so that they can no longer be divided at home. To quote from his book, in my imagination, this would provide them with the courage, strength, and new ideas for the future of a humane, just, and democratic Europe. Welcome to you all. We'll have a conversation on the panel now for about half of the foreseen time. So I would ask the audience, before we approach 2 o'clock approximately, please make me aware of your interest to pose a question by use of your electronic hand at the bottom of the screen. To start, by way of introduction, I'd like to address the same question to you all, asking you please for a brief and concise answer. You first, Yang. What, in your view, characterizes best the relations of China and Europe, Europe encompassing the EU and its Central and Eastern member states and its Eastern neighbors? Which picture do you see emerged or evolving? please limit your comments to a few points, just to see that whether you have a different perception or whether you see a similar picture. Yang, please.
Thank you so much, Miriam, for the overly generous introduction. I should make a tiny correction that I lived in the US for over a decade. I really didn't spend that much time in Europe. I was born and raised in China. And this is a really difficult question that you asked. And I would characterize it this way, that the regions and countries are all facing crises of identity as well as governance. They are facing, by and large, similar sets of problems, and at times have been projecting their own hopes and aspirations, fears and desires and insecurities onto each other. I think in the policy discourse, there is a tendency to collapse complex situations into a binary us versus them, good versus evil, techno-democracies versus techno-autocracies. But the reality is never as simple. Countries, nations, as the human body are all porous entities, and no single problem that is the focus of the conference today are limited to any country or can be solved by any country or political system alone.
Thank you, Yang. Kai Strittmatter, what characterizes the relations of China and Europe?
Thank you very much. I'll make it short. Yes, I think we're definitely in a competition of systems again. For the first time since the Cold War. It's not a Cold War yet, but it challenges us at a time when, as Yang pointed out correctly, democracy is in deep crisis. Europe is in deep crisis. Of course, we're very different from the US. This is not a great power rivalry in our case, but I see it also as a battle of norms and values, and that's probably just as important to fight, and maybe first of all, to be aware of in the first place.
Thank you. Ivan Krastev, your take.
First, I should confess that what is particular for my position is that I'm one that knows least about China on this panel. So you should really listen much more carefully to the others. But first, I'm going to agree with everybody who is going to argue that we are going to see a major strategic rivalry and competence, not simply between the United States and China, but also to a certain extent between the West and China. And my second argument is going to be that this type of a confrontation is going to be extremely different than the one that we know from the Cold War. First, because I don't see China as a kind of a classical missionary ideological power like the Soviet Union. China is fighting for hegemony. China is not fighting for transforming the world around its own model. It dreams about asymmetrical relationship with others, but it is not particularly kind of interested in exporting its political model.
Against the background, Ivan Krastev, of the West seeming to having lost its allure in Central and Eastern Europe, at least in some countries, how attractive is China as an ally for governments, for the people? How diverse do you observe the region in that respect?
I do believe that, of course, in Eastern Europe, it depends on the level of the publics. I don't believe that European publics, even in Eastern Europe, are in love with the Chinese model. And as a general, we don't know much about China. East Europeans, we tend to be quite much more Eurocentric in a big extent. And while Chinese investments have been coming and Chinese money has been coming and even institutional presence have been increased, paradoxically for a long period of time, China's presence was under the radar. Eastern Europe tends to view and so much to focus on Russia that we cannot see basically China behind Russia. But this is changing with the pandemics. I don't believe that kind of there is a Chinese dream in Eastern Europe, but at the same time, because of a new power of China, you're going to see any political leaders who wants basically to claim that they have an alternative and they're not going to stay with the current West. They're going to look for resources in China. They're going to look for symbolic politics. From this point of view, even if you see the level of the vaccination, you can see countries like Serbia, countries like Hungary. This was a very clear signal that the United States and European Union are not the only game in town. But I don't believe that there is a real attraction towards the Chinese model, because also many people don't know exactly what the Chinese model is.
Kai Strittmatter, do you see the European Union changing because of China? We heard during the conference the buzzword 17+1, different perceptions today quite a lot. And maybe as a follow-up question, do you agree that there is no ideological conflict from China's perspective?
I mean, we've been following this 16+1 and 17+1 thing for some time, and there was quite some, I would say, concern among like countries like Germany, especially about what was happening there. There was concern when we saw certain, resolutions at some time being blocked by members of this forum, quite obviously because of the interests of China. We've seen during Corona the Serbian president kissing the Chinese flag. We've heard Viktor Orban in Hungary damning the European Union and praising China. Now, when you look at the list of the sanctioned individuals and institutions, it's quite interesting to note what countries don't, have a name on the list, and that's mostly, Hungary, Croatia, Poland, Slovakia, Slovenia, Greece also, and I guess there's a reason for us. But of course, 17+1 has been quite a sobering experience. For many participants, there's been a lot of disappointments. 6 countries not even taking part anymore this time. A big disappointment for China as well. And I've only spoken this week to Reinhard Bütikofer, the Green MEP in Brussels, and he actually told me that he thinks 17+1 is not the biggest problem when we talk about the cohesion of the European Union anymore. He thinks the biggest problem actually is Germany, And if we're talking, is there a battle for Europe's backyard going on with China? I would say it's much more a battle for Europe's heart, actually, and it's a battle that goes on 2 levels. There is Chinese influence operations in Eastern Europe, in places like the Czech Republic, but there in all of our countries, university staff being bought, think tank people being bought, that kind of thing. And I think on the second level, what's very important for us is to remember that, not only look at China, but let's get our own house in order, let's rekindle our own passion for democracy, believe in ourselves, fight a lot of the fatalism and resignation that's been creeping into certain corners, I would say also, in the old Western Europe. And Europe's much stronger, I believe, that it sometimes seems to believe itself. Now, when you ask about the ideological, is there a return of ideology in China? Obviously there is, at least on the surface, big time, Marx statues popping up, Marxist classes, education coming back. Xi Jinping thought he has his own ideology. There are faculties in universities all over the country dedicated to that popping up. There's been a wave of ideological purges. Xi Jinping speaks a lot about Marx, but it's very hollow, I think. It's Marx. He has Marx on his lips, but he's a Leninist in his bones. It's mostly about power. He uses all these ideological purges and the ideological training as a means of instilling discipline, I would say, inside the CCP's own rank and in regards to his own people, artists, journalists, civil society members, all this talk about Marx, it's no longer a positive vision, no longer an ideological utopia, communist paradise, not at all. Instead, this time, the return of Marxism has an overwhelmingly negative thrust. It defines itself first and foremost by its enemy, and the enemy is clearly spelled out in CCP publications. It's the West and its values, it's universal values, civil society, separation of powers, independent judiciary, independent media, all this. And there's a reason for that, because those values actually turned out for a couple of decades, in the decades of reform and opening in China, to be very attractive to many people, and they had taken roots among some of its, citizens, intellectuals, and also party thinkers. So they are the things that have to be eradicated. They are the things that have to be painted again by propaganda as something to be completely alien to the Chinese mind and to the Chinese tradition. And maybe that's been going on for a couple of years. Maybe, the new thing in the last, especially, more and more 2, 3, 4 years is that actually the CCP also carries this battle against these values onto our own turf, because to them, I would say it's completely true that China is not on an ideological mission to convert the world to its system. But that being said, it is, and that is really a new thing for the past couple of years, it is active all over the world for the first time, trying to also counter the threats that it perceives also on our own home turfs, And there we see that actually these values like freedom of speech and stuff, they seem to be dangerous to them now wherever they are, and especially when China is concerned, whenever they see their interests threatened. So they try to actually go after some of these debates also in our own countries. They, their goal is just it's not conquer the world, not at all. But it's somehow, like the Russians probably are thinking, making the world safe for autocracy. And this is the point where we have to be careful.
Thank you. Yang, do you agree? How important is it for the Communist Party that the Chinese reject liberal democracy and see universal human rights as foreign impositions? And I'd also like to hear from you. I said you work in science, in US-Chinese cooperation, exchanges. Can you give us a picture of the varied dimensions of China when it acts outside of its own boundaries?
Thank you for the question. I think I'll answer this from the last question you posed in terms of China's ambitions outside of its boundaries, and tying to the earlier point about ideology. And of course, China is not a monolith, and I'll focus on the Chinese government to start. And for the Chinese government, its primary priority is to stay in power. And to stay in power, it needs to deliver economic growth. And then its primary ideological buttress, since after the Mao era disasters, and especially after the bloodshed at Tiananmen and the end of the Cold War, when communism lost its popular appeal, its primary ideological buttress is nationalism. And it's very evident in terms of the patriotic education, in terms of how World War II is being portrayed, or the narratives are shifting. And when the Chinese government does take elements from certain political philosophies, or whether it's Marxism or traditional Chinese culture, it's usually of convenience to pick and choose the elements that can fit into the government's agenda. And then so it wants economic growth, and it needs nationalism. And then finally, it also wants to shape the narrative. And that narrative is both domestically and also internationally, but it's the narrative about itself, what China is, what it means to be Chinese, and whether the governance model of the Chinese Communist Party is a legitimate one. And so that shapes its operations is a bad word, but it shapes its activities overseas. That of course, a lot of these investments and trade activities have an economic motive, but whether or not these activities have an economic motive, or whether or not that economic goal is immediately delivered, it always serves a propaganda purpose, that it's projecting China as this modern, strong nation, and it helps drive the sentiment of national pride domestically. And then it also helps achieve its strategic goals internationally. And as Kai mentioned earlier, in terms of quote-unquote influence operations that the Chinese government may have on foreign campuses or such, these are really precious to define and control its own narratives. They are primarily focused on events with regards to China, such as Tibet or Taiwan, or nowadays Xinjiang and Hong Kong as well. And so I think it's important to delineate these different strands and not see everything related to China as this some kind of amorphous threat, to understand what the Chinese government wants. And there are private companies that want to make money. And so its goals can be in alliance with the Chinese government, but at times it can also diverge, like what we discussed earlier at the conference, like companies like Huawei. And then there are individuals, whether they are scientists or academic exchanges. And I think these needs to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis and not sweep them all under this blanket China label and see them as some kind of amorphous threat.
Thank you for your insights. I'd like to move on to another point. Ivan Krastev, you analyzed especially US-China relations and predicting that clash between the US and China affecting Europe. You said, or you mentioned certain areas to be affected most. One of them, technology. Could you elaborate on that? What do you expect there?
Well, I'll start with kind of developing slightly the previous argument, why we cannot go back to the kind of a Cold War framework in order to understand what is going to be the nature of the conflict. During the Cold War, there was 4 things that are extremely different. One is Soviet Union was a universalist power, transforming, believing that one day all countries in the world are going to be communists. It's going to take some time, but it was a claim on the future. And from this point of view, there was a clash also between 2 systems, totally different in the way they understand the role of the economy, the way of the religion. It was the communism versus capitalism, not simply democracy versus kind of totalitarian regime. What makes it much more difficult in the China, US, and EU-China conflict today is because this is a clash between 2 different ideas of capitalism. One is very much authoritarian type of a state-dominated capitalism. And also, while the United States and Soviet Union have had their own economic zones, they have their own economic alliances, they have been living next to each other and confronting each other. This is totally different. In a certain way, the difference is that China is everywhere in the way the Soviet Union was not economically. And the same also with the United States, being present in many of these places. So I'm saying this because I do believe we're going to see a certain type of a selective decoupling. And this selective decoupling is going to start from the technology sector. If you follow the 5G debate, which goes in Europe, it goes in different parts of the world, and you see the insistence of the United States on 5G and the Chinese technologies. The major story is, tell me what kind of a 5G network you're going to use, and I'm going to tell you where your political loyalty stands. So we're going to have this technological wall, and I do believe with the coming of time, this is going to grow bigger and bigger. Because where I very much agree with the 2 previous speakers, while China is not trying to export its model, China, which is very much in this nationalistic pride ideology, makes an objective to allow nobody to dare to criticize China. Do not dare to criticize is becoming one of the dimensions of Chinese power. And I do believe this comes from the fact that China was a former empire, but it has a very strong also kind of colonial sentiment from the end of the 19th century, the beginning of the 20th century. So you're going to see China going extremely tough against anybody, be country, be institution, be political party, which is dare to say anything critical about China. And I do believe this was also the major shock for the Europeans during the pandemic crisis. If you want our vaccine, you should praise us. And this is going to create a conflict because in the United States now, probably the only foreign policy consensus that exists in a very much divided and polarized political space in the United States is the consensus on China. So the clash between the United States and China from this point of view is not going to depend on who is going to win the next elections. It's going to be very much basically how this type of a conflict is going to be managed, but it is going to be there. And for the European Union, it means that we cannot pretend that this conflict is not going to disappear. European idea of a kind of a much more diffuse multipolar world in which European Union is just going to stay on its own is very much kind of a clashed and squeezed between the China United States conflict. And I do believe it was quite obvious also with the latest decision of the European Parliament, European Commission and others. European Union simply cannot stay in the middle. And I very much agree that this is a much bigger pressure on countries like Germany, which has an incredibly important trade relations with China, than on the peripheral states of Central and Eastern Europe, which basically, even when they're dependent to a certain extent on China, they don't have such a stake in the game. They're not, in a certain way, much Bulgarian Mercedeses that have been sold in China.
So I think I'd like to repeat my question. To which extent does that change Europe? I would like to address you again, Kai Strittmatter, and quote from an interview by the Lithuanian Foreign Minister Gabrielius Landsbergis, who said, if we do not expand the democratic spaces, the spaces of authoritarianism and corruption will expand. And I would like to, as a follow-up question, ask you, because you are also working and watching the Baltic countries now, they are very advanced in terms of technology, but they have also experienced cyber intrusions into the networks that are the lifeblood of governments, of private enterprise. What does that do in the European debate, how to act vis-a-vis China?
I think, I mean, this panel actually comes at a very interesting time, right? With the things that have been happening. If you're asking, you know, how does that change Europe and stuff? You know, when I started writing my book in the end of 2016, I thought, you know, Europe was completely unaware of what was happening at all in China and what were the implications for Europe, for the international order and everything. That has changed. That seems to have changed completely. One, during the Corona year, I think there's been a lot of more of attention, and then now with the battle of sanctions that we've seen this week, there's a lot of, I think, a lot of eyes have been opened and a lot of positions are shifting. The mood is changing among some of the Central and Eastern European countries. You're talking about the Baltics. I happened indeed to have to write about the Baltic countries as well. I mean, of course, they were always very critical about Russia because of their past, being part of the Soviet Union. But there was quite some openness towards China, and there was a lot of hope for investment and stuff. And that's the reason why they also were part of the 17+1 forum. Now, suddenly, all the three Baltic states have gone missing, and there's a whole series of different, you know, proclamations. And you mentioned Lithuania. You know, they just announced that they're planning to open an office in Taiwan, and only last month they announced that they were actually banning a Chinese company from taking part in a tender with a Lithuanian airport because of cyber security concerns. There is increasing debate about Confucius institutes, you know, probably being also abused as bases for Chinese intelligence operations. And Estonian national just was arrested for actually, he was a NATO staff, and he was arrested for spying with China. So there's several reasons that come together. There's disillusionment by, you know, promises, economic promises that have never come true. There is increasing concerns about these, cyber spying and operations like this. And I think very important for the Baltic states is actually all the signs that we are seeing of growing Chinese-Russian cooperation, actually, and that makes them very nervous. And yeah, the most blunt assessments have come actually from the from the intelligence agencies, both of Estonia and Lithuania, which had very, very actually blunt criticism of China in the past couple of weeks, and basically telling the politicians there to be more careful and to be aware. And I think what we're seeing there at the moment is some distancing going on.
Thank you. Yang, before I address the next question to you, I would like to ask the audience, in case you are interested in asking a question, to please indicate this using your electronic hand. You may do that verbally. If you would rather like to write your question into the chat, that is fine as well. Olesia Seminina will keep her eyes on the questions coming in there. I already see one question, but before I give you the floor, Mr. Ahlefeld, I'd like to ask Yang. Up to now, it seemed to me at least that China was not so much about disrupting, but about maintaining networks. Is that something that is over, or do you see, and where do you see cooperation still possible and reliable, and can transactional cooperation be a viable alternative?
Sorry, I actually didn't quite understand your question.
Where is cooperation still possible? And where do you, or how do you see ways to balance interests?
This is a complicated question. I think one needs to see what the position that the Chinese government is in. That, for example, over the past year with the COVID crisis, as well as the geopolitical upheavals, it is seeing, the Chinese government is seeing what a lot of its original reliances on Western technology for some of its key supply chains are being disrupted, and so there is an increasing emphasis on self-sufficiency. And on the other hand, what we've also seen over the past year, for example, retail consumption in China dropped by, I think, 3.9%, while trade with the US increased by 8.8%, almost double digits, amid very high tensions. And trade with the EU also increased by a few percent. And so this is an integrated economic system, and there is a decoupling, a complete decoupling is impossible. And the Chinese government is aware of this. On the other hand, it is also being cognizant of these geopolitical tensions. And so its emphasis on self-sufficiency is, I think in that sense, it is also a shared interest. That what we are seeing with COVID is really a dress rehearsal for climate change, that whether it's geopolitical tensions or actual ecological disruptions, these very long supply chains that have been created with this neoliberal system where capital chases the least regulations and the most profit is creating genuine vulnerabilities. And so as what we discussed earlier in the conference about, for example, like the 5G networks, there are only a handful of companies that have the capability, and so it becomes a difficult choice for a lot of countries, and even for very basic goods like food, like agricultural products, these can be disrupted. And so I think there is a genuine global sense of increasing local resilience, and I think there is a shared interest here that the problem is not where the goods are produced. The problem is what standards are being done in terms of labor protection, in terms of environmental protection, in science and technology, in terms of the ethics of it, whether it's being used for peaceful purposes or whether it's being used for harm or for state rules of violence. And so I think there is the shared interest here that this has to be a transnational frameworks of ethics, of regulations and governance, and China would be part of this. And of course, climate change is a global mission, and China is very much part of it. And it's interesting that the Chinese government has made these announcements and about presenting itself as this leader in green technology or in reducing carbon emissions, etc. I think these announcements have to be taken with a considerable grain of salt that its its first motive is to serve a propaganda motive, both domestically but also internationally, to present China as this modern, responsible nation. But because the Chinese government has presented itself this way, the international community also needs to hold the Chinese government responsible and see this as an opportunity to have dialogues, to have cooperation. And of course, this week, Secretary Kerry met with his Chinese counterpart, Xie Zhenhua, in having these dialogues, even after the very chilly high-level meeting in Alaska last week. And so I think these are areas there where there can be cooperation. The third point I would mention is in terms of setting standard setting and regulations for the development of science and technology. Especially, I'll make two examples. One is on privacy and digital security, as some of the earlier discussions have mentioned. And the second is in terms of intellectual property, that this is not unique to China, that as the country develops its economy and it goes from being a major importer of and recipient of intellectual property and tech transfer to a major creator. And I think it was mentioned earlier in the morning panel, like the number of patents and that China is producing is topping in terms of just the sheer quantity. And so now the Chinese government also has this incentive to have stronger intellectual property regulations. And so I think these are all areas where there can be genuine shared interests, and there can be area for cooperation. But the issue is that the standards needs to be consistent, and human rights needs to be placed at the center, not as some kind of afterthought.
Thank you, Yang Yang. Johannes Ahlefeld, you have the floor. Please introduce yourself briefly.
Johannes Ahlefeld, political advisor to the German Social Democrats in Parliament. Thanks. Following up on Yang Yang, it probably fits well. I'm sometimes I've been following a lot of debates about global kind of gaming up against China, especially in the US at the moment. Now we can follow panels discussion in the US. And I'm a little bit concerned. Sometimes we end up with self-fulfilling prophecies, in a sense, end up with confrontation where at least limited cooperation in some issue areas might have been possible. But I want to ask you about our analysis. That's the starting point of competition. It looks like we're, let's say, a dwarf and China is the giant. I remember discussions on, let's say, developments in China a decade ago, when we were very concerned whether it could go down on its knees because of ecological devastation, social conflicts, tens of thousands of violent strikes every year. Is that all gone? For good, and there's paradise in China, this, let's say, at the moment? Thanks.
Thank you for your question. Olesya, are there questions in the chat to couple?
No written questions so far.
Okay, thank you. Then maybe I'd like to give this question about the global gaming up and who's the dwarf and who's the giant to Kai Strittmacher first.
Okay, two answers to that. First, yeah, global gaming up. I think one of the dangers, and Yang Yang has actually written extensively about that, is, I mean, first, a couple of years ago, we were trying to get people to wake up to the challenges that China poses. Now, in some corners, especially I think in the United States debate, there's a real danger of ideology also creeping up there again, and China bashing for China bashing's sake, and some real, actually stupid policies by Donald Trump that have not been reversed yet by the Biden administration, that actually cut off channels of communication like stopping funding for Peace Corps or Fulbright scholarships, things like this, even banning, restricting the visas for CCP members to come, because, we know there is more than 80 million CCP members. They're not a bunch of ideological missionaries. Most of them are just technocrats and just doing their job. So there is a danger that we're going over the top with some of that. That's the first thing. And then the second, what was the second thing again?
Did we lose
is China as strong as it seems, actually? That's a very interesting question, because when we look now, I mean, China is projecting, and Xi Jinping is projecting an image that is probably true to a certain extent. He's the strongest leader China has had since Mao Zedong, and China is probably the strongest that it has been for, over 150 years. It's really, so it's amazing, and that can be, it's awe-inspiring, and sometimes it can feel threatening. But at the same time, you're right that we shouldn't forget that there are a lot of internal contradictions in China, and a lot of conflicts, and a lot of problems that Xi Jinping has to deal with, be it with the aging of the society, or the incredible corruption that's still going on, or the wealth gap. China is one of the most, calls itself communist, is one of the most unequal societies in the world. Actually, the Global Times came out a couple of weeks ago very proudly proclaiming that the numbers of billionaires in China now has overtaken the number of billionaires in the United States. So this is how communist China still is. I would say that there is a danger, and I would say a lot of what Xi Jinping does is actually because he knows there is potential crisis coming up, and he is hedging for that. And this is also why he is propping up nationalism so much. And, with the nationalistic, militaristic education has really been strengthened all across the board. And it works. It's a very cheap instrument. We know it. We have seen it. As Yang Angcheng has pointed out, economic growth is the other pillar of legitimacy for the CCP. So what I'm a little bit worried about is once, the laws of gravity, China no longer defies the laws of gravity in terms of economic growth. We've seen 4 decades of double-digit and high, single-digit numbers of economic growth. Once that stops, and it will stop at some point, right? It will not necessarily come into a depression, but maybe stagnation. Then these internal contradictions will probably break up. We won't see the implosion, we won't see the explosion of China, no, but there will be a lot of, disgruntled citizens suddenly, some unrest maybe. And this is the point where it's probably going to be a little risky, because maybe we've seen this so often in the history. Maybe this will be the point when Xi Jinping then actually turns to the nationalistic feelings that he has been cultivating all this time, and uses it as a point of deflection. And this is actually what they're afraid of in Taiwan, for example.
Thank you. Christiane Heidbrink, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists for your great insights on the topic. I have a question. So when we are thinking about the current state of cooperation between China and Europe, of course, we have great concerns, but also we still have the feeling that there are great opportunities along the Belt and Road and in general. So we have been talking about and finding ways about a less ideologized way to cooperate with China, to cooperate maybe on the Belt and Road, and maybe there are ways to cooperate, for example, under the framework of the OSCE or under the framework of the Asia-Europe meeting. And do you see there are ways to steer cooperation between China and Europe in a positive way? And what needs to be done on the European side and also on the Chinese side to steer this cooperation? Because I want to have a more positive outlook in these times of clashes and also sanctioning on both sides. what can we do or what should be done?
Thank you for your question. Olesia, are there questions in the chat? Okay. Then maybe Kai Strittmatter first, and for the others, and then Yang Cheng and Ivan Krastev, if you have anything to add, any positive ideas. Kai Strittmatter, please.
Okay, of course, that's a very difficult question in times like this, you know, when you see China actually acting the way it does with the sanctions, for example, because if you look at the European sanctions, you know, I think they were very, you know, moderate, actually, you know. Of course, the fact that there were sanctions at all, that was a big symbolic thing, but the answer, the Chinese answer, was completely disproportionate, and this is why so many people in Europe are shocked and are wondering about the, you know, at the moment, the possibilities of a more positive and optimistic outlook. Because what's clear is, you know, there are things going on in China that we hadn't seen for the past, you know, 30, 40 decades of reform and opening up. This is a country that is no longer just an authoritarian state, but I do see it on the path down to totalitarianism again, you know. I mean, of course, society is not a monolith in China, but the party is such a control freak now again. And in, you know, acting the way it does in Hong Kong with, like, you know, breaking its promises to the Hong Kong people, breaking international contracts with the UK on Hong Kong, and at the same time in Xinjiang, with this system of re-education and labor camps that we haven't seen for, you know, many decades in the world. It's very, very difficult for Europe, you know, if you want to have a value-based foreign policy, to actually compromise on that. So, for example, for Europeans, you know, to open up the way for dialogue again by, for example, taking back the sanctions, that's just not possible as long as something happens on these issues from the Chinese side. So for the moment, I'm actually quite pessimistic.
Yang, and maybe as a question to the others, if we look at it from the other side, where can Europe develop further? I have a nice quote from Berlin's envoy to Brussels, who said the connectivity strategy is just a sleeping beauty needing an urgent wake-up call. So this is a very specific issue, of course, but do you think in general that Europe can do more to be in a stronger position vis-a-vis China in such times of very strong arguments going back and forth? But Yang first.
Thank you. I would like to follow up quickly on the prior audience question as well, and I think there is a contradiction here. Whether, and I think as a Chinese person who has lived in quote unquote the West for a long time, sometimes China doesn't feel like a real country in the public discourse. It feels it exists as some kind of this curious beast whose capabilities are always are frequently exaggerated, and its intentions are always vilified, and it's and it becomes this amorphous entity where there is no internal distinctions, and the Chinese people whose humanity and whose agency are being overlooked. And I think this is an incorrect position, and coming from this position, it would be very difficult to talk about any kind of constructive dialogue or any areas of cooperation. And I would like to address quickly what Kai mentioned about this rounds of sanctions and counter sanctions, and in particular with regards to the boycott of the brands that decided to boycott cotton from Xinjiang. And I think it is interesting because H&M actually made that statement half a year ago, but the Chinese government is purposefully driving this kind of nationalistic sentiment online that is on one hand in accordance with the rounds of sanctions and as a way to pressure the EU to not make the similar gesture as the US did in terms of not using cotton from Xinjiang. On the other hand, it also serves a general agenda of the Chinese government in terms of trying to achieve a self-sufficiency and trying to focus more on internal production and consumption. And this can be seen as also part of the strategy of being more self-resilient in case of market decoupling. And so I think there are valid reasons behind this. Of course, the gestures are profoundly disturbing, and but what is important here is to recognize that a lot of these sentiments that are being produced online are being purposefully engineered, and what is the loudest, most amplified voices online are not necessarily and are often not the overall sentiment of the Chinese public. And the Chinese public are also as people whose views can be manipulated and can shift, and they also have different views. And so I think there is the fundamental question here is, if we care about human rights, now we need to care about the human rights of the Chinese people as well, and who are the primary target and victims of the Chinese state oppression. And so whether or not China does have a lot of internal problems and a lot of this kind of othering gaze as if whether or not China would collapse under its own weight, these I would find to be profoundly dehumanizing attitudes. And so I think to start in a position of actual cooperation, of changing the narrative from confrontation to shared interests, the starting point needs to accord every people and nation with the same kind of humanity and agency, and that's the starting point. And second, I would like to mention quickly in terms of what the EU could potentially do. I always feel that the free world, the liberal democracies, ostensible liberal democracies, or aspiring liberal democracies have often overestimated their adherence to principles, but underestimated its power. So there needs to be standards that needs to be upheld. And as I mentioned earlier, if human rights needs to be centered, then it cannot be an afterthought to prioritizing trade or other economic interests. And what a competition narrative is wrong is because on one, it assumes that these, whether it's technologies or knowledge or just in general commerce and capital and personnel can be neatly divided by borders, and that is not true. And also growth is not just in progress, is not a single direction, and growth is not always benign. So what the free world could potentially do is to change the narrative, to be the leader in terms of thinking how, for example, in the areas I focus on in terms of science and technology, how to shift this narrative and to set up standards to say that harmful uses of technology are not allowed, to say how in terms of facial recognition or other surveillance technologies, to start to reflect on how these technologies are being developed and used in their own communities, and then to bring China into this kind of transnational dialogue to set these transnational frameworks of ethics.
Thank you, Yang. Ivan Krastev, to change the narrative, how could this be done? Especially if I look at this week's meeting of the Russian and the Chinese foreign minister asking for a UN meeting seeking international support against what is articulated as imposed rules. So how to find a way to develop cooperatively rules? I mean, we have touched upon, Yang has areas that are intimately connected, climate, the pandemic, or topics that intimately connect us as human beings.
Listen, we're in a very critical moment, and it's easy to say that we should change the narrative. The problem is that we cannot agree what is the narrative, because of a very simple reason. In a certain way, we're living in a very interdependent world, and particularly in Europe. We were very, for good reasons, convinced that economic interdependency is reducing the risk of war and basically is kind of a source of security. But what we know from historical studies is that economic interdependency increases security in the world only under the conditions that both sides has a positive trade expectations. Interdependency can be also a source of insecurity. By the way, the pandemic is a classical example of this. You start to be affected by everything negative happening in other parts of the world. And I do believe this is one thing that makes it so difficult to go back to a kind of a language of an international cooperation where interdependency is taken as a public good for granted. Secondly, the identity of the Chinese regime is that we are not going to allow anybody to interfere with our domestic politics, which means that any criticism of the human rights behavior of the Chinese government is perceived as an attempt for the regime change. On the other side, if European Union agrees that we are not going to criticize anybody who is violating the human rights, we are also losing our identity. So in a certain way, these languages and this narrative clash is based on the identity crisis both in China and the European Union. And when you are saying, is China perceived as being too strong or too weak? Part of the problem is that we view also the strengths of China because of the crisis of self-confidence in the West. This is the story. And the story is that Chinese, in my view, at least Chinese leadership, has convinced themselves that the West is in decline, that the United States has declined, that Europe is in decline. And from this point of view, if you basically try to pretend that nothing is happening, it does not mean that you are going to have a better deal. This is why I'm not very much kind of optimistic that we can easily change the narrative. Of course, there are going to be cooperation on many issues. This cooperation are not going to be at the center of the narrative. This is in my view, what is changing. And also for Europeans, there was a moment, particularly 2 or 3 years ago, when some European leaders, Mr. Macron, Mrs. Merkel, were part of it, saying, listen, we should not allow to go back to the democracy authoritarianism clash. Let's try to talk to the Russians. You remember famous Macron opening to the Russians, saying, listen, you should make step aside from China. We are going to keep a step aside from the United States. Let's not allow for political polarization. I don't believe that this is a history. First, China and Russia, for understandable reasons, went too close for the West tastes. And also now in the relations between European Union and China, there is a third player. To a certain extent, our relations with China are very much going to define our relations with the United States. So from this point of view, I don't believe, of course, there are going to be a lot of talk about climate change, and of course, there are going to be type of economic cooperation. But at the end of the day, the competition narrative, in my view, is going to be the narrative which is going to prevail. And the problem is how to manage it, how to make it not self-fulfilling prophecies and escalate the tensions, than to believe that we magically can go beyond this point. So if this is an optimistic, I'm on the optimistic side. But
Okay, Strittmatter, do you disagree or do you agree?
No, actually, I completely agree with both of my co-panelists, especially on the point that's about us. You know, I mean, so many times people have been asking me when I do speeches or whatever, you know, it's like, it's always the question, well, the first question is, does China want to conquer the world? You know, something like this. No, of course not. And one question that comes very soon after is, do we have to fear China? And my answer to that is, no, we don't. We don't have to fear China. What we do have to fear, though, is ourselves. You know, this is really because there is this crisis in self-confidence. This is, I think, really the biggest problem. We are much stronger than we believe ourselves to be. And it would be really helpful if we could start realizing that, and then, you know, rallying around that realization. That would go a far way, and then probably we could also find some unity, you know, and especially with Germany now being the one, you know, for example, with the investment agreement with the Chinese, obviously. being the main force behind it being Angela Merkel and the German government, and not other European countries not being so, excited about it. And suddenly Angela Merkel finds itself in a position realizing that probably the China that she still had in her mind is not the China that we're facing up to anymore. It's a different country. It's a different country, and we have to find new ways to deal with it. I agree with Yang and with the narrative thing. It is also, we probably also have to find a narrative. We're not good anymore in this. We have strengths as democracies, but we have completely lost our abilities to formulate something like a narrative at all and some kind of vision. And look at China. Everybody's been talking about for so many years why China can't have any soft power, because it's very hard for dictatorships usually to develop something like soft power. But they came up with something like the New Silk Road, and suddenly the whole world for years, is talking about the New Silk Road, and seems to be a very charismatic and attractive idea. When was the last time something like that came out of the West? And the same during Corona. I mean, that would have been a point really where the European countries could have proven that they are actually able to stand together, to have something like solidarity, develop common politics. And, first of all, with China completely being out of the picture, just among ourselves. And we didn't do it, and then suddenly China pops up in the middle of us and sends us planes with protective gear and masks and vaccines. And we're standing there and, we're very slow, we're very self-centered, and we don't know our strengths anymore. Even what the economy is concerned, I mean, something I think many people don't realize, that China actually does need Europe. Europe is not so small. China does need us also economically still at this point much more than we actually realize. We should realize those things and then capitalize on them.
Thank you. But you speak about the lost soft power of the European Union, and Ivan Krastev, you have given many examples where the West indeed did lose its allure in Central and Eastern Europe. However, we have in Belarus, in Ukraine, people being especially attracted by the EU's, by the West's soft power. And I also wanted to ask Yang Cheng, to which extent China is losing its talent, because so many talented Chinese are not necessarily staying in China, or is that changing as well?
So listen, the essence of the European soft power was very much that if you're going to do like us, you're going to be one of us. So from this point of view, when it comes to its periphery, European Union, at least till 10 years ago, believed that we are bordering the future members. And I do believe this is changing. Given if you talk about Belarus, there was a very strong talk about freedom. There was a talk about democracy. There was a talk about self-determination. They were not the European flags that you have been seeing in Ukraine. And this is not by accident. And the interesting story about China was that China is trying to weaponize a certain form of sovereignty. We respect the sovereignty of others. We're not interested what your government, who is going to be in your government. We're just interested in your government to do what we want. So from this point of view, I do believe that the problem with the European Union is that if 10 years ago, the questions that we have been asking is how to transform those around us, now European Union took a much more defensive position, how not to allow others to transform us. The very idea of resilience that is at the center of the new kind of a European Union global strategy shows this kind of a new defensive mood. And as a result of it, also what was said before, you see during the COVID-19 crisis, I was just seeing the percent who is producing vaccines and what you're doing with them. China is producing 32% of the vaccines and they're exporting 60% of them. How good these vaccines are, they're different questions. Brazilians said that the level of efficiency is around 50%, but you're going to hear all the time that in the moment of the COVID-19, China also cares about others. Russians, they're not vaccinating their population. Basically, they're trying to export everything that they have. European Union didn't find the way to give up vaccines even for the medical doctors and nurses in the Western Balkans, places like Northern Macedonia and others. So you ended up Serbia being the one going with the Chinese and the Russian vaccines. So from this point of view, the biggest story is, you know that you have a soft power. You should show that you care about others. And I do believe that in this moment of crisis, we became very inward looking. The same for the United States. The United States is producing 27% or have produced 27% of the existing vaccines. But it was for the first time a week ago that they said that they are going to give certain type of vaccines to Mexico and Canada. And this big absence, this inward lookiness of the European project is very much also what means that you have a declining soft power. Of course, people like freedom in the world, but don't forget, freedom can go in a different kind of packages. In a strong sense, I do believe we're going to see a much more kind of a nationalism framed push for democracy, push for freedom than what we had seen, for example, 10 years ago. And for Europe, this is another story. So yes, we should reinvent our soft power. And also I was reading some opinion polls about China. As a result of the COVID-19, and particularly what happened in the United States before Biden came to power, Chinese now really believe that they're doing fine. And the Americans are in a big crisis. And we can argue that China has its crisis too. But the government managed to convince their own people that they are doing well. And I do believe part of the soft power comes from the self-confidence. When Europe was self-confident, we have been radiating this, not our governments, every European going here and there. If we start to doubt, this basically is felt in the world.
Yang, can we Europeans and maybe also I don't want to speculate about Americans, can we Europeans learn from China in terms of self-confidence?
So I'll answer, I think you earlier also had a question about talent flow. So I'll answer the question with regards to self-confidence and touching on what Evan said about the vaccine diplomacy or whatever it is called. And then I think that is a very interesting thing, because in terms of the Chinese national psyche, the sense of national pride is also coupled with a deep inferiority complex that is rooted in historical trauma. And so a lot of times this kind of national pride needs external validation. And that is reflected in a lot of the Chinese government's actions, as well as Chinese individuals' actions. Like when I was growing up, there was this strong sentiment that the best of China would leave China, whether it's manufactured goods or students and young professionals. And so this comes to Miriam, your earlier question about talent flow, that, well, I myself, as a trained scientist, I myself very much dislike the narrative of describing talent as some kind of a limited resource, like minerals or oil. Like what limits talent, quote unquote talent, is opportunity. And so in terms of China, for a long time and even now, resources for higher education is still very limited, and the disparity is egregious. And so there are relatively few Chinese people, percentage-wise, who could go to university and receive a decent higher education. And then, of course, there is part of human nature who desire higher quality of life, as well as it's still true that the best universities and laboratories are located in US and Europe. And so a lot of young Chinese students and scientists chose to go abroad and stayed abroad. And now, over the past decade, mostly, that the Chinese government has recognized these problems from the beginning, but only over the past decade, when China has achieved this level of economic development, that it could actually present lucrative appealing packages with both research funding and as well as a personal compensation to attract the overseas Chinese scientists to come back. And it also does appeal to sentiments of national belonging to call on the Chinese diaspora to come home. And I think these are all very understandable and very human sentiments. And it shouldn't be vilified on its own. Like diversity, including geographical diversity in science and technology, is very important. It is a very weird imperial idea, like that is here in the US, and they talk about a lot how the US should retain the world's talent, which is why do you deserve that? And so the problem is not where people work. The problem is what kind of work they're doing and whether it is ethical. And that cannot be a problem that is confined to any single country or political system, and that needs to be conditioned on transnational frameworks of governance and ethics. And that is also not just a problem of governments, but the international scientific community also has a responsibility to self-regulate and to see each other as colleagues in science. There is an identity that transcends nations and citizenship. And I think that is also extremely important, especially in this tumultuous time.
Thank you, Yang Yang. We have approached the end of the session, and I do not want to let it end with the negative remarks only, that we are too inward looking, too slow, lacking the unity. So maybe, as in the beginning, just a few comments from each of you on how to manage the competition narrative, which has turned out as the picture you share. Kai Schrittmatter first, please. What is particularly important?
Well, as I have said in the beginning, it's probably, for me, it's let's get our own house in order, and let's make democracy radiant again. And because there's one reason why Xi Jinping and the Communist Party is going after debates like that and is going after universal values and Western values. The reason is that maybe deep down inside, it is actually afraid of them, and that is the good news still. So we could probably focus on the good news. We are still in possession of one of the best resources and raw materials, probably, with our democratic system and with our set of norms and values. We just have to make them, valid again and work again. And let's do our own work here at home.
Thank you. Yang Yang?
I should say that I myself really do not accept the competition narrative, that I always find it to be a lack of imagination, like competition with whom, by what metric, and for what. And that is very important, that we are all, our fates are connected on this planet. And if it wasn't apparent before, the COVID-19 pandemic should have made it abundantly clear. And then I also think where I always draw the prison abolitionist Marian Kaba said that hope is a discipline. And so I do try to practice radical hope as a discipline. And I also and that hope is rooted in a profound faith in shared humanity. And so when I know that this conversation has mostly centered on Chinese government or European government's actions, but since we are an academic, this is an academic conference, I would again place the faith in, say, the academy, that at its best has always transcended the state and at times necessarily challenged political interest, corporate interests, or other kinds of parochial agendas. And so I do believe that we have an identity that is not confined by statehood or citizenship. And if we can see each other in our shared humanity as equals and see what our common hopes and desires for life, for happiness, and for the survival of our species is, then there is always room for cooperation. There is always the possibility to rewrite this narrative not one of manufactured scarcity, but one of human flourishing.
So thank you for clarifying that you don't accept the narrative of the competition. Ivan Krastek.
Listen, self-doubt is bad, but complacency is worse. So from this point of view, self-doubt and self-criticism is a normal state of functioning of any democratic society. Democracies are famous for being dissatisfied with themselves. So from this point of view, I don't see this kind of a very pessimistic view. And what I very much are going to agree is that the West is not going to benefit anything if we try to explain many of the problems that we face today because of the Chinese interference or basically what is happening with China. But on the other side, competition is not a dirty word too. Confrontation is the way that you don't want, and you should compete, because part of the competition also creates a certain level of creativity, and also this is part of the way the world goes. So much more finding the way that having a competition that works for the best of humanity, and just trying to believe that we're going to come with the idea of the harmony in the way basically the Chinese leadership has been telling us a decade ago, probably is also the way. But for me, I agree very much that the biggest story for Europe, for the United States, is to decide what kind of a future we want for ourselves, for others. Who are we in this kind of a changing world? And if this is going to happen, then even if we're going to compete, we're not going to become paranoid.
Thank you very much. These are perfect final words. Let me thank you all, to the panelists, for sharing your insights. Thank you to the audience for staying with us on this Friday afternoon. And now I hand over to Gabriele Freitag.
Ja, ganz herzlichen Dank an Yang Cheng, Ivan Krasjew und Kai Strittmatter für diese sehr klaren Stellungnahmen. Danke, Miriam, auch an dich für die Moderation. Wir kommen damit zum Ende unserer Konferenz. Das ist eine Konferenz, die wir mit viel Vorlauf geplant haben, und ich stimme Kai Strittmatter zu. Der Zeitpunkt hätte eigentlich nicht passender sein können. Und ich glaube, was jetzt gerade auch im letzten Panel nochmal klar geworden ist, wir haben diesen Systemkonflikt. Europa kann sich aus diesem Konflikt nicht heraushalten. Das bedeutet aber vor allem auch, Europa muss sich erstmal auf sich selbst besinnen, muss schauen, wo ist es bereit, Kompromisse einzugehen und welche Standards will Europa wahren. Ich glaube, das waren sehr klare Aussagen. Herzlichen Dank dafür. Wir möchten schließen mit einer Frage, die wir an Sie stellen. Wir möchten einen kleinen Ausblick machen auf die nächsten 10 Jahre und Sie fragen, zu sagen, welches Thema glauben Sie, welches Thema wird die Beziehungen zwischen China, dem östlichen Europa, Zentralasien, der Europäischen Union in den nächsten 10 Jahren tatsächlich bestimmen? Und dafür haben wir eine Umfrage vorbereitet auf Mentimeter. Und Sie können entweder, wenn Sie in den Chat gehen, dann sehen Sie im Browser den Link, den Frau Bär Ihnen geschickt hat, und da klicken Sie direkt drauf, dann sind Sie in dem Programm, oder Sie nehmen Ihr Handy zur Hand und wählen im Browser die Seite www.menti.com und dort geben Sie den eingeblendeten Code ein.
Was sollen wir machen?
Über den Chat gibt es diesen Link zum Programm Mentimeter und dort einen Begriff eingeben zu der Frage, welches Thema wird die Beziehungen zwischen China, Zentralasien und Europa in den nächsten 10 Jahren vor allem bestimmen. So, herzlichen Dank. Wir sehen, Klimawandel, Climate Change ist tatsächlich das, was am stärksten ist, aber auch Human Rights, Systematic Competition war zumindest eben gerade noch, und natürlich Technology und Competition, den wir auch hatten. Gut, damit kommen wir jetzt wirklich zum Ende unserer Konferenz und am Ende steht ein großer Dank. Am Ende steht ein großer Dank an unsere Referentinnen und Referenten, die tatsächlich aus aller Welt zugeschaltet waren und diese Konferenz wirklich sehr bereichert haben mit ihren Gedanken, mit ihren Stellungnahmen. Ganz herzlichen Dank dafür. Ich danke ganz herzlich unseren Kooperationspartnern, der Bertelsmann Stiftung und dem Mercator-Institut für China-Studien. Ein ganz besonderer Dank an dieser Stelle geht an Miriam Kosmel, die diese Konferenz von Anfang bis zum Ende hin mit konzipiert hat. Ich danke ganz herzlich all denen, die sich organisatorisch hier eingebracht haben und sehr unterstützt haben. Anja Bär und Anna Hemmele von der Agentur von Midas, Sebastian Lamberts, Franziska Wöstermeier und Marian Bleich von Neonext. Ich danke ganz herzlich meinen Kolleginnen Erika Balzer für die wunderbare Unterstützung und vor allem Alessia Seminina, die für die DGO die Gesamtkoordination dieser Konferenz übernommen hat. Zum Schluss bedanke ich mich natürlich bei Ihnen, liebe Gäste, dafür, dass Sie gekommen sind, dass Sie uns so lange treu geblieben sind. Und ich bedanke mich ganz herzlich bei unseren beiden Dolmetscherinnen für die wunderbare Übersetzung während dieser Konferenz. Diese Konferenz war eigentlich als eine Präsenzveranstaltung geplant und deswegen möchte ich schließen mit dem Wunsch, nächstes Jahr in Berlin. Ich hoffe, bei einer weiteren Konferenz, vielleicht auch in einem ähnlichen Setting, sehen wir uns tatsächlich alle persönlich wieder. Danke und ich wünsche Ihnen noch ein schönes Wochenende.